Oi! Oi! What? That's not right. Hello. How's it going? Let me get the music back on. There you go. What's up? What's up? Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hi, 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 hi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. The song of the Australian. The song of the New Zealander. Ah, that and piss. The song of the Australian is in ois, the song of the New Zealander is in piss. The ducks are tasteful, I would say. They're definitely a tasteful addition. Oh, right. What's up? By the sorry, I didn't mean to fucking bounce my nuts around in your face for a while there, but how's it going? What's poppin'? Anything new I should know about? How is Gamescom? I haven't looked at Gamescom at all, but I guess it's going on right now. I guess I saw that, like, they announced like 3 or 4 different fucking Disco Elysium likes. So I'm excited to play a shitload of more Disco Elysium-like games into the future. More narrative-based experiences, more reading, more importantly. I still haven't gotten the book. I still haven't started Discworld at all, so I want to put Color and Magic on hold at the public library, but I just keep forgetting to. But yeah, that's about all that's new with me. I went out today, I touched grass. There's Whole Foods like all over the country, but then Seattle has, I think, this little company called PCC. I don't know if they're anywhere else, but it's basically Whole Foods, except it's a co-op, it's a market co-op owned by the customers. It's really weird. Besides that, pretty good. Gotcha, chillin'. Crankin' house chillin'. I'm crankin' house chillin'. I'm also crankin' house chillin'. I was gonna say crankin' house, isn't that the hospital? Because the crankin' wagon is the ambulance, I think. I don't actually know. And then after that, I went down to Target so I could get some toilet paper because I almost ran out today, and that would have been really bad. And then I went down to the market to get some fruit, but it was really busy down there, and they were playing Juicy J on the market radio for some reason, so I was just like, I'm kind of not gonna do this right now. So I went up to, where did I buy fruit at today? I went to H-Mart to get fruit. And then I went to a little store around the corner of my place called Mochi Things, and they sell stationery. And I was curious how much they're paying for that position there, because it looks like the girl that was sitting there just wasn't really doing anything. And in the store, at like any given moment, there's only like 300 items, so it's like really easy to manage. It looks like they have a part-time position open for $24 an hour. And I was like, oh, that's crazy, because I currently make $22 an hour at Whole Foods. So I was just like, oh, well, selling stationery would be a lot easier than anything else. Hello, Anouk. What's up? Anyway, that was my day. I didn't really do anything interesting. I cooked the rest of the lamb burgers that I had in my fridge. Those things are so fatty. They're so fatty. It's incredible how fatty lamb is. To get, I mean, if you have like chuck roast, if you have like a chuck cut of beef, ground beef that's like 20 fat and like 80 lean, that's still not enough fat to make the thing good. But for some reason, lamb has a shitload of fat in it. And that was crazy to eat today, because I would put it on the pan and that shit would pop non-stop. It was like, holy God. So that's a word of warning if you're cooking lamb. But today we're playing some Suzerain. We're gonna be it's a fully immersed narrative experience. So if you're into that, good. If you're not into that, I don't know what to tell you. But here we are. It's time to play the Vidwagio game. Today we're gonna be playing Swordland. We are pursuing our continued Theodore story on Swordland, which is gonna be a theocratic socialist state. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna be leaning towards Vogsland. Oh, excuse me. We are going to be persecuting some religious minorities, if you will, that aren't the major religion of our country, which is Destinianity. If you're Rushian, you're evil. What can I say? You're evil. You're evil and we get to kill you. Our economy is still in danger. Yeah, we're redlining. We're redlining right now, but our investments should be going well, and we'll see what our trade... We'll see what the trade with our neighbors looks like here in a second. It looks like I have... Oh, we're finalizing... Right. We stopped the stream last week before the finalization of the drafted constitutional changes went into effect. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna play it pretty safe this time around. Green Act signed, a Green Bill signed, a victory for the Green Act should get us a little bit more tax income from Grooney, especially the tourism industry. It should stabilize out the economy even just a smidge. As long as we don't go over that red line, we should probably be pretty good. But let's just get into it. All right, we're finalizing our drafted constitutional change. All right. I was walking to my office since today was the day to edit and make the final changes for the proposal to change the constitution of Swordland. The Reform Committee finally bore tangible results in the draft and the changes were about to be presented to me. I walked in the marble corridors of the palace thinking about the huge decisions I was going to take. At the entrance to my office, my secretary Olivia greeted me. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Olivia. How are you today, sir? I'm perfectly fine. About to make stressful decisions, so not feeling that great. I feel better now that I've seen you, Olivia. I'm perfectly fine. Good to hear. She paused before taking my coat. It looked like she had something on her mind. Mr. Rain, can you give me a hint about your reform plans? If you ask me, taking away the judge's immunity is long overdue, but it might anger a lot of people in those halls. You'll find out what the rest of Swordland, sweetheart. I'll take that into consideration. Nothing's been decided yet. I'll take that into consideration. I hope you'll keep me informed. I'll take your coat now. Olivia left to hang up my coat. I entered my office and sat down. Not long after, Peter, Lucian, and Nia arrived. Greetings. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. Time to finally get this proposal going. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. It's always tense. It's always tense trying to get this constitutional reform pushed through. Peter placed the draft in front of me. After your modifications, we will be starting the process. Can we go over the points that are in discussion for the draft? Well, apart from the first two sections of decreasing the Supreme Court's authority and limiting the presidential vetoes, nothing else has been agreed on unanimously. We could start talking about Section 3. This is about the impeachment process of the president. Currently, in cases of high treason and breaking the Constitution, the Supreme Court may impeach and try the president. Most reformists want the impeachment to be initiated by the Assembly. They think they do not have any power over potential rogue presidents. That would abuse their power. Most reformists want the impeachment to be... Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was just reading. Just wanted to pop in and go. Gotta go. Gotcha, Banana. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Section 3 is about the impeachment process of the president, currently in cases of high treason. Most reformists want the impeachment to be initiated by the Assembly. They think they do not have any power over potential rogue presidents that would abuse their powers. I guess the Assembly should have oversight over the president. I'd be okay with that. The Assembly should have oversight over the president. It is the most democratic institution. The law is particularly dangerous for you in this case. We will be going against the old guard if we prove to be successful in the Assembly. They will be looking for anything they can to declare unconstitutional to tackle you. All they need is the Supreme Court to impeach you. What if we don't succeed? The court can have me impeached for this. Maybe reforms are not a great idea after all. While I do not have strong opinions about this point, these reforms are vital for the future of our democracy, Mr. President. Well, we'll see. This is regarding the appointment of ministers. Currently, the president is free to appoint anyone from the members of the Assembly. Nobody else is involved with the process. The appointment of ministers. Currently, the president is free to appoint anyone from the members of the Assembly. There's definitely a demand to involve the Assembly in the process. We could introduce a confidence vote. I agree. We should involve the Assembly more. We could introduce a confidence vote. That was my suggestion as well. I'm sure the reformers would completely support that. The fifth section is about an infamous electoral threshold. Most reformers want to lower the threshold as much as possible. The infamous electoral... Mr. Richter and his PFJP definitely wants to see change on this topic. They find our 10% threshold to be anti-democratic, which is something I also agree with. Yes, but this is a delicate matter. The party, and I mean not even Albin, wants us to change the threshold. They think that this would destroy our party in the long term. Not wrong, the 10% threshold is what that allowed us to control half the assembly with around 1/3 of the majority in the elections. The high threshold is the reason why Sworddish politics became so isolated. Should definitely work to decrease the threshold for better representation. This is out of the question. Many Sworddish citizens feel they're not represented in the assembly. This is a matter of representative democracy in Swordland. Don't forget that the Communist Party and the Workers' Party of Bloodia both had close to 10% vote in the last election. You will be opening their way into the parliament in the future if you were to decrease the threshold. It is important for you to realize this. Hello. Hello, Gan, what's up? IO1 Gan? LO1 Gan? Sorry, this looks fun. Sorry. It is mostly reading. It's a game about leading your country and then making decisions for it. Currently, we're playing Swordland. There are only 2 countries right now in the game, but I hope they add more. I'm not sure. It's been a couple of years since the game dropped. Of course, that would also mean the USP might lose its majority in the assembly, sir. If our own democracy is the reason of our downfall, we will have to accept it. Don't worry, with these reforms, we will be even more popular. We can't just give away our majority like that. I know it is a delicate matter, sir, but you still have time to think about these. Lucian continued with the next section. Section 6. This is about the presidential decrees. Reformists demand more limitation to the president's executive powers. Mr. Richter has demanded them to be completely removed. Well, that's not going to happen. I have suggested to bring some limitations to decrease regarding their applicability. While we keep them, we should try to make sure that they will only be used in emergency situations. We could also make it dependent on an enabling act from the assembly. Sure, it would make the whole process longer, but as long as we have a majority, nothing really changes. Limited use of decrees, I think. Friends will probably demand that we remove them completely, but he forgets that Swordland is a presidential republic. I do hate decisions, but does look fun. Well, I'm good at fucking up decisions, personally. As far as decisions go, I'm good at messing them up, so. Next one is Section 7. Oh, this constitutional reform goes on and on and on, dude. It's so tense. Term limits. Uh-oh. Yes, Tarkeen Saul governed for 20 years. It seems his magic is slowly vanishing from the minds of the people, for they believe term limits are necessary. We can't allow somebody like Saul holding on to his seat for 2 decades again. We should establish limits. Hey, if people keep electing one person, that means they really are content. The masses are scared of change. Even Saul knew he had to leave, but we will leave it to the president to decide. Can I get Lucian's opinion on this? We did, but it took a long time. I agree people should be able to elect the same person if they want to. I will take my time and seriously consider the options before settling on one. I think people should be able to elect the same person if they want to. Now I'll move on to the 8th section. We are reaching the end. It's the question about the immunity of the judges. While the anti-Old Guard sentiment is increasing, there are talks that taking away their immunity would give us authority over judiciary. I do not support taking away their powers for yourself, Mr. President. The judiciary must be independent and long-lasting. While I agree that the current court members are problematic, this is no way to resolve it. The law is supposed to ensure the judiciary's independence by giving legal protections so they can't be pressured. Well, they need absolute immunity in theory, but look at what reality got us. We've got to deal with the most corrupt Chief Justice in the world with no chance to deal with him. I do not support. Yeah, I kind of just want them to keep their immunity. We should crush the Old Guard. I don't think we should make the Supreme Court our enemies just yet. Let's keep the reforms light. That is a better strategy. We need to sway some of their members to succeed after all. And the last one is the question about Saul's legacy. Basically, his Member of Honor law. It gives him absolute immunity even when he's retired. He is a permanent member of the Assembly as well, but luckily he doesn't really attend anymore. According to the Constitution, the Member of Honor not only has legal immunity, but the state also covers most of their expenses as well as provided security at all times. It can only be given to someone by an absolute majority vote in the Assembly and the approval of the President. That's why only Tarkeen Saul has that title. He gave it to himself right after his military coup. This law is basically made to save the Colonel and has a symbolic importance for Swordland because of it. We must get rid of the senseless law that protects him. He should be able to face justice for the atrocities that had taken place during his rule. No, we're not touching this. We should keep the title but take away the immunity. No, I think we should respect this law. There's no reason to touch this law at all. Do you want to protect Tarkeen Saul, Mr. President? I see no problem with having a special title for great heroes. Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, we will need to work together to push this agenda. Let's start working on the draft. Oh god. After placing the committee's report and my own notes in front of me, I buried myself in my papers. Fuck! Look how many... there's like 8 sections I gotta fill out. Fuck me, dude. Hello, Astro. I hate this part so much, dude. It's so tense. Because I cannot keep track of what I actually believe in. Because, there's the thing that I believe in, and then there's the thing that's gonna get this constitutional reform passed, and I don't remember which is which. According to the Articles 77 and 82, the President may veto a bill by returning it to the Assembly with written statement. The Articles do not contain any information on how to override a veto. As a consequence, the President has an absolute veto power that cannot even be overridden with a supermajority in the Grand... Okay, so we definitely want them to be able to override the veto. That should help us. We have to remove the Supreme Court's voting rights. There's no other option. Excellent. Constitutional amendment process. According to Article 5 of the Constitution, an amendment that has the support of at least 150 signatures may be proposed to the Grand National Assembly. A 2/3 majority vote in the Grand National Assembly and a simple majority vote in the Supreme Court is required for the amendment. As a consequence, the Supreme Court, which is not part of the elected legislative branch, has voting rights that give them enormous power in the amendment process. Yeah, so we definitely don't want them to have voting rights. According to Article 17, the President of Swordland is not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of presidential duties, except in the case of high treason or violation of the Constitution. In such cases, the President may be impeached by Supreme Court in joint session, with an absolute majority of its members. Therefore, the impeachment process only includes the Supreme Court, and it gives them great power over the executive. The Assembly and the Supreme Court may impeach with majority in both. Oh, do I want to touch this impeachment of the President? I don't think I want to touch this at all. I would get the reformists on board, but I don't think I want to touch this. We'll leave it to the Supreme Court, I think. According to the Constitution, the President appoints the ministers to the Council of Ministers from elected members of the Assembly. We may introduce a confidence vote by adding the line, the President may nominate ministers, which will require a confidence vote from the Grand National Assembly for their appointment, or include the Assembly more in the process with the Grand National Assembly may nominate a list of ministers, which the President may appoint. I do like the confidence vote. The Assembly nominates the ministers. I'm okay with the Assembly nominating the ministers. According to Article 50, the electoral threshold. I don't think we want to touch the electoral threshold. A political party needs a minimum of 10% of the total national vote to win the seats in the Grand National Assembly. The votes of the parties who pass the threshold are redistributed proportionally, meaning USP, which currently holds lead, would be the main beneficiary. Decreasing the threshold may allow the Workers' Party of Bloody and the Communist Party of Swordland to be elected in the next elections. We don't want them in yet. We're going socialism, but it's going to have to be a presidential decision. The communist parties and the workers' parties are not going to have to be allowed into government just yet. They're going to have to build up a little more. They're going to have to do it naturally. Presidential decrees. According to Article 18 and 51, the President is able to issue decrees on political, social, and economic issues that would carry the force of law. They could not contradict the Constitution and are subject to judicial review. Therefore, the President may issue decrees in many subjects without going through the Grand National Assembly. However, the Assembly may pass legislation on the same subject to override presidential decrees. We may include the Assembly in the process by requiring an enabling act from the Assembly to be able to enact decrees or remove them completely, making the Assembly the sole lawmaking authority. According to the article, the President is able to issue decrees on political, social, and economic issues that would carry the force of law. They could not contradict the Constitution and are subject to judicial review. I don't want to touch the presidential decrees. Requires an enabling act. President may issue decrees in many subjects without going through the Grand National Assembly. However, the Assembly may pass legislation on the same subject to override presidential decrees. That's fine. I'm not going to touch it. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what our advisors say when we finish the Constitution. According to the Constitution, the President shall be elected to serve for 4 years. However, there is no mention of a term limit, allowing one individual to be able to run, be elected, and serve as president without limits. We're not doing term limits. Immunity of justices. The Constitution gives the justices of the Supreme Court absolute immunity before the law and describes no procedure of impeachment, making them untouchable by the other branches of government. We may describe an impeachment procedure by giving the Grand National Assembly the right to propose an impeachment of a justice on legal grounds of unconstitutional behavior. What was that? I'm not going to touch the justice thing. We have to balance out how do we get the justices and the assembly to support this constitutional change. Article 99 of the Constitution defines the Member of Honor title and the rights their members may exercise. A Member of Honor has absolute immunity and is considered to be a permanent member of the Grand National Assembly. Hello. Hello, Zerona Light. What's up? Sorry, I'm drinking water. We're not gonna, do not touch that. Every president becomes a member of honor after their service. I hadn't considered that. Yeah. After I made the final changes for a proposal, I showed it to my team. They read the changes and discussed it amongst themselves. Lucian spoke afterwards. Looks like the amendments are ready to be proposed. Any comment before we proceed? I don't think I have any problems with the changes. Me either. Okay, excellent. Oh, okay. Woo! Theocratic Socialist is certainly a new one. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, Around. We'll see how it goes. Looks like we can proceed immediately. I will personally work on the wording of this proposal with my handpicked legal experts. With Miss Morgna's reputation as the most experienced attorney, this proposal will be bulletproof. Chief Justice Orso will have a hard time convincing others to oppose it. In the meantime, you must introduce this proposal to our party. You will need to get them back to us if you want to pass the assembly. This is the tough part. I mean, it's already tense looking at, like, the draft of the Constitution and like, discerning what exactly you want this thing to look like. But then getting it to pass in the assembly and in the courts is also, like, a separate... is also just, like, a separate intensity. It pretty much takes up the entirety of your term just fucking stressing about this Constitution. You have, like, the economic crisis that you're in, and then you have, like, oh, let's do constitutional reform. It's insane. Sir, I advise you to first talk to the leaders of both the conservative and the reformist wings of the party. As far as I'm aware, Mr. Clavin supports the reforms already. Miss Tory will be a real problem. She became the real heavyweight after we left for the executive. Any advice in regarding with dealing with them? Ugh. Always found the Supreme Court easier than the Assembly? Oh, really? I always found the Assembly a little easier than the Supreme Court. I just tell Clavin that he can get in next time. Any advice in regards to dealing with them? As Mr. Vectorn said, Mr. Clavin will probably be easier to persuade. We need to unite the party under this, so his support is vital. Miss Gloria will be tougher to break. The problem is that she's capable of turning the moderates and the conservatives against us. As much as I don't want to say this, if she makes demands to change the proposal, you may need to give in. Thanks for the advice. Wish you good luck with the party, sir. I think we can end the meeting here. We all shook hands and they left the room. All right. Just let me go talk to Waylon, dude. Had Richter betray me for no apparent reason on the Demsock run? Really? Richter betrayed you on the Demsock run? That's crazy. I guess that makes sense. Alright, here's our current proposal. Oh god, look at this. Look at this Constitution, brother. Not everybody can be a hardline communist, so... Richter's victory over Rain. Unleashing energy and analysis of the EPA's potential. Preparations underway for the annual Benfey Festival. He sabotaged the amendments he'd publicly declared support for. Holy, dude. Leshaven has a dinner with the business council members. We'll see how that goes. I don't want to cut him out just yet. Many reasons that anonymous votes for elected representatives suck. Yeah. Reform Committee started preparations. Vice President Vectorn reported that, along with Lucy Gallade, the committee has started working on the written aspects of the package as per the needs outlined previously. They will soon get the legal team involved to complete the writing process. The needed 150 signatures for the proposal has started to be collected within the USP. Meeting of the Energy Protection Act. We'll do that next. We will hit the dinner with the business council first. He was able to pretend he voted for them? We were in Leshaven to work with the business council to assess weaknesses in the economy. Simone organized a dinner with the affluent economic figureheads of Swordland. I think the last time, I think my first run I ever did trying to pass the Constitution, I think I got like 100 and something. I got close. I don't think I gave Clavin enough. I got like all the reformists in, and then I lowered the voting threshold enough the first time I did a run to get the Workers' Party in. So they voted for me, and then I got like all the reformists in to vote me, but getting the conservatives to vote for me also was kind of tough. Hello, Battery Acid. Welcome back. Welcome back. We were in Leshaven to work with the Business Council to assess weaknesses in the economy. Simon organized a dinner with the affluent economic figureheads of Sordland. I've been in a different state and haven't been getting to your notifications. Oh, Battery Acid. What state were you in? Where'd you go? When we arrived, the streets were bustling with activity, even though the atmosphere in the country was tense. Leshaveners didn't seem very worried. Together with Walter Tusk, Edith Agnock, Mikael Evan, and Simon Hall, we entered the renowned Asteria restaurant by the coast. Tusk is with us? Uh-oh. A short blonde man whose embroidered pocket read manager greeted us and waved his arms in excitement as he told us how pleased he was to have us in his establishment. Beaming with pride, he led us to a private room and got us seated at the large table, covered for the occasion with a maroon tablecloth. My mom said my acne scars make me look like a drug addict. I understand why she says stuff like that to me. Ankle biter. Aww. Acne scars make me look like a drug addict. Oh, do you pick at your pimples and stuff like that? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you gonna have to use like you don't know why she says it. Are you gonna have to use like Accutane? Because that stuff burns. From what I've heard. One of my high school friends had a really bad case of blemishes and stuff, so he used Accutane and he had to stay out of the sun for like months. We were quickly served by a group of servers. Walter spoke as they started taking our orders. I recommended the Leshaven salmon, President. You have to taste this local delicacy here, the best in Sordland. I appreciate the advice. Order Leshaven salmon. Order traditional Sortish bean stew, lesbian pasta. Give me the Leshaven salmon. I ordered Leshaven salmon for the main course. The servers took their notes and asked about the second dish. Order rice, order salad. How about a salad? I ordered salad. The servers placed glasses in front of each of us and served bread and water. After they were done taking orders, they quickly left us alone in the private room. Mr. President, I don't... Sorry. I get a drink. He's coughing. Mr. President, I don't have the possibility to thank you for coming today. Your presence means a great deal. Thank you, Edith Agnock. What are you? You're the chairman of the central bank? Damn. Okay. And Mikael is the NBC head. Okay, NKB. Indeed, sir, it's an honor to dine with you. Thank you. We should thank Simone for organizing this meeting. No need for that. I hope everybody enjoys the evening. I'm surrounded by capitalists. I'm surrounded by godless capitalists. Simone gestured at the expensive-looking red wine bottle that one of the servers had just brought to the table. Mr. President, I'll nod. I nodded at him. He started to carefully pour some wine in my glass and waited for me to taste it before filling it up. I took a sip. It was bitter. Honestly, it tasted like any other wine. How is it? Is the taste to your liking? It tastes like heaven. Tastes sour and delicate vegetal character. Is it Arcasian untasting? What? No. You may be tasting the oak from the barrels, or maybe it's the gooseberries. It's definitely not Arcasia, Mr. President. Simone filled my glass up. After filling it, that's embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. He's like, huh? No. After filling everybody's glasses, Simone stood up and raised his glass. I'd like to raise a toast to all of you here today. I look like Mao, so... We're meeting here tonight in difficult times, but I believe that with hard work, cooperation, and trust, we will get through this period as well. I'd like to thank Mr. Rain again for his decisiveness when it comes to the economic policies. I'm sure we will stop this recession. I also thank Mr. Tusk for being here with us today. His presence is an honor. And of course, my colleagues from the Business Council, Miss Agnock and Mr. Avon. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Let's drink to future cooperation and growth. For a prosperous Sordland, everybody raised their glasses and toasted each other. After a couple more minutes, the servers arrived with our meals. The food tasted amazing. Walter was right. This place must have been the best place in all of Leshaven. So, how did you find the food the best fine dining restaurants in Leshaven, Mr. President? Not a big fan of fancy food, I must admit. That was very tasty. Fine food is like fine art, but this particular one is a masterpiece. I know exactly what you mean. Art is something else. It embodies so much about us and the world surrounding our lives, and food Hello, Quasar. Guten Morgen. There is an art of everything. The art of making money, food, wine, love. How are things going in the Maroon Palace? The pressure must have increased after you attended that funeral. The pressure was already high. Not much has changed. It did, but it was the right decision. I have to say the future's looking good. It's tough, but our work on the new constitution continues. We all hope so. As we conversed with Mikael, I heard Walter raise his voice in an apparent argument with Edith and Simone. We both stopped to listen. Arcacia knows the right way of doing business. Their approach to the world is real and raw. I prefer that cutthroat approach in comparison to the niceties. Well, I mean, it's a nice country to visit, too. I have traveled there often in business trips. Their attitude on... All countries are nice to visit if you have the cash. Whoa. Money does not turn the world round. Travel is the least you can buy with it. How about the people who don't have the extra cash to spend on? Stay silent. Mikael joined in. It certainly depends on what you were looking for. Cultural tourism doesn't require a fancy hotel. Last time I went somewhere for the sort of thing was at a university, and even then we had our wild times thanks to Conrad's connections entourage. Also, Walter is taking us down the rabbit hole again. By the way, I saw that the construction of the railway has already started. I have my concerns about the company, but I hope they do a good job. That project will surely boost our economy if done correctly. The mood is already becoming positive. I have to congratulate Mr. Rain for starting such a massive project. Thank you for your support, Mr. Raven. I hope the investment returns will be great. We all hope so, Mr. President, but I think it will work out. Hello, Banana. Welcome back. Mr. Hall also deserves credit, of course, our great economy minister. Is there a joke coming? Why? I thought you said you were great at economy. I've heard that you bought a new villa, Simon. I don't comment on rumors, but I'll make an exception since we're among friends. It's true. A new villa is a bit much, especially in this economy when people are suffering. Where's the property? It's a small seaside villa on the outskirts of Conrad. It's just a modest house with a swimming pool and a small golf course on the property. Conrad is seeing a surge of investments. Underhall Construction made a fortune constructing houses out there. Where there's demand, there is supply. The markets rule supreme, as always. Why is everybody speaking German? I don't know. we are effectively playing like fictional Estonia, so it's sort of in that, it's, you know, kind of in that realm. Is it bad for me to say that? Edith, who was sitting to my left, gently put her hand over my arm for a few seconds. Oh. Come on, let's not talk about finance or politics for now. We came here to relax. She turned to Walter and Simone. Isn't that right, gentlemen? They nodded at her and took a sip from their drinks. She slightly leaned towards me. So, Mr. Rain, why don't you tell us what's behind that strong character of yours? I've heard that you were brought up in the capital and experienced all the power shift as it happened. Is that right? It must have been tough. It was difficult times in the capital, but I learned a lot about politics. I always speak German. No offense. It all makes sense now. I never met your family, Mr. President. How are they doing, if you don't mind me asking? They're doing great. We have no problems. That's great to hear. Your son must be very proud of you. Family is everything. My advice would be to make sure that Frank has a solid relationship with you. He is your future, after all. It's difficult to connect with him. He's a little shy. Trying to get my best to be a good father. He seems to be somewhat introverted. Wish that was my son's biggest problem. Darren seemed to be doing fine. I saw that his yacht party in Benfey made the local news. Oh, a yacht party in Benfey. Gotcha, Banana. Me when I'm amongst my rich companions? Oh, yes. Well, the rascal didn't even ask for permission to use the yacht and just took it. He basically stole it. Good news is that I finally convinced him to go to university. He will study economics in Leshaven Business School. That's a good choice. Having a degree in Swordland separates you from the rabble, and we especially need more people who understand economics. Maybe your son will be a great future economist. I wouldn't count on it, but I agree that we need more economists to enter politics. It's unfortunate that Edwald Alfonso was the only leader who actually studied economics. He turned to me. Not that I mean anything against you, Mr. Rain. Alfonso was an inspiration for all reformists. He was. He truly wanted to transform this country to a modern nation. His term was very difficult, though. He got destroyed. A correction. It wasn't his policies that destroyed him. It was the old guard. I always had a gut feeling about this sudden fall. What do you mean? He threatened their economic power base over the country through a vast privatization plan. They removed him and backed you after. Their economic base. The USP? What was the USP's economic base? Walter! Stop with the conspiracy theories. I think I've had enough drinks. Everyone went quiet. After a long silence followed by some chit-chat, Walter ordered a bottle of whiskey. That's one good-looking bottle. The waiters brought one of the finest Arcasian whiskeys. It was time for a toast. Hello, Armored, welcome back. And a rar to you. Toast. I stood up and gave a toast. To health and happiness, to a constructive and beneficial future. To wealth and success. To a constructive and beneficial future. May our differences be set aside for a good future. They say hope dies last. To the future. Raised. I think it's time we call it a night. Edith stood up. Most of us were all a little tipsy at this point. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for joining us, and for you, Simon, for putting all of this together. Thank you, Edith, for joining with a bunch of ugly rich men. Thank you, Edith, for joining with a bunch of ugly rich men. That's definitely not me. The president of jokes. Thanks for being here. After bidding our farewells, we slowly walked out of the restaurant. The moon was shining bright as everyone except Walter left in their luxury cars. President, a moment alone, please. He called me inside the small VIP lounge. Follow him. Usually, the Lothburger spokesman doesn't directly comment on the administration, but I'd like to say a few things since this was a special evening. I'm all ears. Go ahead. Just came to say hello. Gotcha, Armored. Well, hello. Finally, a president that listens to the people. It won't be easy to pass the new constitution through the Assembly and the Supreme Court. We could help you get it through, if you in return help us with a few economic requests. Walter lit a cigar and took a few drags before continuing. Many in the group are disappointed in the economic direction that you took by promoting an inefficient planned economy. Promises during the election had to be upheld. That was the main reason behind the decision. Political motivations are admirable, but economics is about numbers and the current reality, not the past. Woke up at 12 p.m. this time. Dang, Quasar. He looked me in the eye. You rejected our previous discreet offer to pick Underhall Construction for the execution of the first mega infrastructure project. This action led to disappointment in the group. We are aware of the upcoming tax meeting, and it would be a step in the right direction if private corporations would get a tax cut. To boost the economy with job creation, of course. And the positive side effect would be our support to the administration throughout the entire term. I will make tax decisions objectively. I can't promise you anything. Okay, let's not be hasty. The recession will end if Lothburg is on your side, President. Why can't we all just be friends? Maybe we can. I'll see what I can do. I have other plans for the economy. I'm sorry, Mr. Tusk. That's a shame. I did offer you a peace branch. There was an awkward silence. Either way, President, we are here and always ready to work with you if you change your mind. Don't forget that. I will think about it, but not now. Walter left and Serge came to pick me up. Sergei, my bad. I entered the car, and we drove to our residence in Leshaven. Sergei took the seaside route. Oh, the Gulf of Nargis. The Gulf of Nargis. Alright, Rebel's got a report. School poisoning connected to bloodish women. Vilma Asir, who was working at the school's kitchen, was apprehended with connections to last week's school cafeteria poisoning in Rebel. The act was found to be politically motivated as the perpetrators are connected to the banned Bloodish Freedom Party. Asir is suspected to have been an active member of the Bloodish Freedom Front since the start of this year. She's been sentenced to 60 years in prison. Sweet. Car bomb attack in Arvory. A car parked in the Agno-Sordish-dominated neighborhood in the outskirts of Arvory has exploded. Arvory police reported that there was no casualties and injuries. The initial investigation found that the car was rigged with a timed bomb. No perpetrators have been found connected to the incident so far. Further investigations are ongoing and details have not yet been shared with the public. Curious. Take a look at our government. How's our order looking? Nationwide peaceful protests. There are currently peaceful protests taking place throughout the country in response to recent events. However, if the situation is not effectively managed, there's a risk that these peaceful demonstrations may escalate into more violent protests. Peaceful protests against what? Alright, Armored. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in, as always. Alright, let's take a look here. Got the news going. Bill on the rights of workers being drafted. Oh, that could be a good one. President meets with the business. Well, let me take a look. What does Clavin have to say? It was proposed to the Assembly by Clavin. Oh, okay. Moorbell mine disaster, 112 dead. Leshaven League of Women march. 112 dead. 112 dead. All right, oh, here we go. Meeting on the Energy Protection Act of 1932. We did nationalize GASM, I think. But we took like 20% on GASM or some shit like that. As the morning sun streamed through the window of the presidential office, an imminent meeting loomed on my agenda. In a quarter of an hour, I was set to discuss the Energy Protection Act of 32 with Minister Graff, Hall, and Wishi. The EPA of 32, I think limited sensitive... Oh, right. Increasing the limit for foreign ownership in national security-sensitive corporations to 20%. Yeah. The recent abrogation in the Grand National Assembly, coupled with the ongoing dialogues with GASM, had only served to amplify the discourse surrounding the legislation. I was sipping my morning coffee and enjoying a quiet moment of solitude when David arrived, characteristically early. A very good morning to you, Mr. President. I trust I'm not imposing by arriving ahead of schedule. Not at all, David. On the contrary, we've now got an extra few minutes to strategize before the meeting. Given the serious topics we're addressing, an early start might be just what we need. I appreciate your understanding, Mr. President. It's high time we address these pressing matters regarding the EPA. I depart earlier for my appointments nowadays, as the stairs of the Capitol have become more of a challenge than I would like to admit. Nothing to be ashamed of, David. Would you like some coffee or tea? I've already had my tea today, as per my doctor's advice. She suggests chamomile in the morning and sage tea in the evening for optimal health. It's just you in chat right now, Quasar? Well, take a load off, post an emote or two, have a coffee or tea, or throw up. Either one. All of it works, to be honest. Listening to the doctor does bring me some comfort. It feels as though my throat has been refreshed thanks to her. Oh. Whoa. Having sex with your doctor, I see. His gaze drifted, locked onto something beyond the window. A colossal zeppelin traversed the sky above the Maroon District. For a fleeting moment, it blotted out the sun before gently veering to the left, letting light flood the office once more. I still remember the first airship in Swordland. We purchased them from the Kinal after the war, during the birth of what Saul called the Second Republic. Our infrastructure lay in ruins, and those zeppelins offered a much-needed lifeline, a chance to traverse and rebuild, and then, thanks to our research council's diligent efforts, we started manufacturing our own in Gelsword. It's fascinating to think how much we depended on foreign help after the war. We've come a long way since then. The manufacturing of Zeppelins in Gelsword was truly a turning point. You're quite right. It symbolized our resilience, our determination to regain our footing. It was a beacon of hope, signaling the revival of our battered industry. Our reliance on others was temporary, a stepping stone towards the self-sufficiency we achieved with the National Autarky Plan. Even though it had downsides, I still consider it a success. Why did I just fuck that sentence up terribly? Hang on. I'm dying. A pause fell over the room. David's gaze landed on the portrait of Tarkeen Saul hanging in the presidential office. Do we have his face? There he is. It's our boy, Tarkeen Saul. So YouTube's numbers are off by a bunch? Yeah, Quasar. I think so. The numbers are really weird. His eyes lingered on the stern face of an old leader. A sigh escaped his lips. Now, when I think of the EPA, my mind is carried back to the formative years of post-Civil War Wholesword in the 30s. The debates, the passion, the potential for transformation. It was a time of renewed optimism. It's our duty now to learn from the past and strive for a better future. What applied back then won't apply now. I can see why the EPA Act was so crucial at the time. We had to safeguard our energy sector from foreign interference, especially in the context of a post-Civil War economic situation. Life in Wholesword back then was tough. Electricity blackouts, ruined infrastructure, unemployment, gangs. Remember, Saul's pardons to armed rebels did a lot to quell the rampant unrest. Yes, the EPA helped ensure that the sector remained under our control, limiting the extent of ownership of foreign powers such as Rumburg or Lesbia. Despite the controversies, it was crucial to our recovery and has helped us maintain our energy independence to this day. Hello, Gantzilla. Welcome back. I did not agree with all the measures enacted by the technocratic government of that era, but some were undeniably effective. In the end, it took a collective effort to reassemble our nation's fragmented pieces. I'm sure you remember those dark days yourself. You crossed paths with Herman Equa, Swedish political scientist, didn't you? He was a mentor to many. I recall our discussions about the future of the Cabaret Leshaven with him and Karen Garashi. Oh. Those were formative years for me. Equa and Garashi left an indelible mark on my outlook. I am sure at least some of my wrinkles today was a direct result of my non-stop debates with them. David turned towards this large framed portrait of his father, Heir Torsanico Wishi, hanging on the wall, painted with rich, warm hues that captured the first president of the Swordland in his prime. A spark of determination gleamed in his eyes, and his mouth was set in a gentle, firm smile, a reflection of his belief in a better future for our country. Your father's legacy still looms large, as it influenced your own views. Swordland wouldn't be what it is today without your father. It's a shame that such an influential man died under such tragic circumstances. My father was a visionary, a man who sought to modernize Swordland into a secular democratic republic. I've always been guided by his principles. His ability to mobilize public support for revolutionary change has been a constant inspiration for me. He looked back at the portrait with a mix of pride and sadness. In a way, Tarkin Sol did carry on my father's legacy. Under his leadership, we transitioned from a military government to a civilian one, and experienced our first multi-party elections. But over time, he drifted away from the ideals of reform and progress that my father held so dear. What? What's up, Ganzilla? His visionary zeal succumbed to the more pragmatic, more conservative, and sometimes even regressive diktats of political survival. Oh, did I... Hey? Hello? Everything okay? No, did I bump my microphone on accident or something? Stream looks good on my end. His visionary zeal succumbed to the more pragmatic, more conservative, and sometimes even regressive. Watching from high school? Jesus, Ganzilla. Learning about political economy in high school? Very cool. Perhaps history would have taken a different course if the Azam incident hadn't happened. Still, one must credit Tarkin Sol for extricating our nation from the ashes. In retrospect, an earlier resignation might have been beneficial. His ingrained traditions seem to have done more harm than good in the long run. We are deeply indebted to him. The principles of Solism hold a special place in my heart and continue to guide my decisions. If the Azam incident hadn't happened. Indeed, the Azam incident is a reminder of how unforeseen events can rapidly change the course of a nation. It turned us away from the path of reform, but we still worked hard to create the Swordland my father envisioned. Alfonso, for all his flaws, did seek to set the nation back on a path of progress with his focus on a free market and economic liberalization. His EPA amendments, for example, were a severe departure from Sol's national autarky plan, but many praised the way that it opened the doors for unprecedented foreign investment in our energy economy. The NAP was a cornerstone for our post-war recovery. I wonder what could have done it. I wonder could we have done more with it. First, it was the State Educator Corps, then the SSC bills, and then slowly the EPA, who wanted to erase every trace of Tarkin Sol's Second Republic. Those same amendments also opened the door to corruption. Yeah. Are we talking about Alfonso? Yeah. Gotta go, peace out. Gotcha, Ganzilla. Have a good time. Have a good one, man. Indeed, no policy is immune to misuse. Alfonso's amendments were ambitious, but they also left room for exploitation. We must remain vigilant against such risks. Just as the conversation hit a pause, the door swung open and the other ministers arrived. Simon Hole entered first with a confident stride. It's 3 at night? Gotcha, Anu. Have a good night. 3 in the night? Jesus, man. Good morning, Mr. President David. I trust the discussion... Mr. President? David? I trust the discussion is progressing well. Lilias followed closely behind. She walked in with the air of calm and authority, her gaze sweeping across the room. Gentlemen, I hope I'm not interrupting anything crucial. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see you all here. We have some important discussions on the agenda today, particularly concerning the Energy Protection Act. Thank you, David. I appreciate the urgency. Let's get right to the heart of the matter. Indeed, it's a crucial issue. Today, we have the opportunity to shape the economic strategy of Swordland for decades to come. The EPA has long stood as the key contention and debate point of the National Autarky Plan. This matter is a discussion of how Swordland sees itself and how we position ourselves in the world. Our nation has taken very different economic approaches in the last 4 decades. The President's decision to foster a planned economy provides us with a significant insight into our policy direction. Should we decide to increase the EPA threshold to 49% or eliminate it entirely, it could spark an influx of foreign investment. Given our current economic predicament, this would be a significant boost. Holy shit, up to 49% though. A planned economy does not necessarily mean restricting foreign investments. It's about judicious management and control, ensuring that our nation's interests are always on the forefront. I've always admired your devotion to Swordland, Lelius. It's clear that you have our nation's interest at heart. While I respect your stance, Lilius, I must disagree. Despite my current support for it, I believe a planned economy could also hurt Swordland in the long run. You present a compelling argument, Lilius. It's certainly an aspect we must consider moving forward. That is true. A planned economy does not necessarily mean restricting foreign investment. Sorry, looking at my smartphone. I appreciate your kind words, Mr. President. It's our shared dedication to Swordland that drives us. Mr. President, Lilius, should we return to the subject of the EPA? Our current version of the Energy Protection Act dates back to 49. President Alfonso's amendment raised the cap on foreign investment in Swordish energy companies up to 20%. In my view, it was a necessary step to attract foreign investments and stimulate our economy. We must remember that Swordland was facing an economic crisis during his tenure, and these changes provided a lifeline for our energy industries. Wasn't this change a sign of desperation rather than a strategic move? But did the increased foreign ownership actually lead to a substantial economic growth? While the increase in foreign ownership alone didn't lead to a drastic upturn in economic growth, it did have a positive effect. It facilitated foreign investments and provided our industries with a much-needed capital. The effects of such policy changes often take time to fully manifest, but they lay the groundwork for future economic development. The Assembly has spoken on this matter, and as it stands, the Energy Protection Act of 32 will not be repealed. It's clear that our colleagues have recognized the potential risks of exposing our energy sector to foreign ownership. While this does end the debate, it does underline the importance of respecting our Assembly's decision. I don't only respect the Assembly's decision, I wholeheartedly support it. A fair point, Lilius. We must respect the decision of the Assembly, even if it doesn't align with our own views. I respect the decision of the Assembly, Lilius. However, we mustn't allow the setback to deter us from exploring our options. The global landscape is ever evolving, and we must adapt accordingly. It's also important to remember that the Assembly's decision is not the final word. There is room for further legislative efforts and executive initiatives. When it comes to the EPA, I believe we should increase our threshold for foreign investment. In fact, my preference would be to remove the threshold entirely. This would undoubtedly strengthen energy institutions such as Gasm and Swordish Petroleum. We've seen Rizia's interest in the former, and I know Lesbia has had its eyes on the latter for some time. Before going doom-scrolling a bit? Gotcha, Quasar. Well, doom-scroll to your heart's content, I'd say. That's precisely what I'm worried about. We have to remember what we're dealing with national security as well as economics. Reverting to the Sol-era 10% limit or keeping the law as it would be a safer approach. We cannot risk our energy infrastructure falling into foreign hands, especially not to Rumberg. I can see merit in both your arguments. Yes, we need to protect our national security, but we also need to consider the economic implications. Perhaps the mixed approach would work best. What if we increase the limit to 49%, thereby attracting foreign investment while maintaining Swordish control over critical energy sectors? Considering potential foreign buyers such as Kinal, Rizia, and Rumberg and Lesbia, what are the worst-case scenarios if they gain control over our hydroelectric, gas, and oil sectors? Think about it, Mr. President. If any one of those countries, but especially Rumberg, gains control of our energy sector, they could cut off our power at any moment. We would be forced to comply with any decision they made regarding prices or environmental measures. There's no denying the potential risks of foreign buyers gaining control over critical sectors. If we increase the foreign ownership threshold to 49%, we can attract more investments while mitigating those risks. While we see entities from Kinal, Rizia, and Raqqa, Rumberg, and Lesbia as potential threats, it's also crucial to see them as potential partners. The scenarios Lelius mentioned are possible, of course, but think about the economic growth and international relations that could be fostered. If we aim to deal more closely with Lesbia, for example, I very much doubt they'll settle for a mere 49% energy investment. How would the EPA changes impact corporations like Gasm, which would sell any entity under the revised, which could sell to any entity under the revised law? Hello, Graham. Welcome back. Oh. Oh, the EPA. I believe you already know the answer to this, Mr. President. Gasm would fall under foreign control just like any other foreign energy corporation. On the other hand, foreign investment would result in increased resources flowing to Gasm and its ilk, and those resources could be channeled into further development of our energy sector. I don't want an isolated economy. I just want to move towards the CNT. I don't think I want to. I would like to be a CNT member, but I don't want to close ourselves off to the world. I think that would be bad. So if I could increase the foreign ownership by an extra 10%, I'm willing to go 30%, but 49% is kind of tough. Yes, Gasm could potentially sell to anyone, but wouldn't that be a show of strength and attractiveness of our energy sector on the global stage? You mentioned national security risk. Could you elaborate further on that? We might stick at a 20%. If I can't get like 25 or 30%, we're gonna stick to a 20%, because 49%, that's a bit too tight around the belt. You know, that's a bit too loose around the belt for me. The national security risks are significant. Foreign entities could use their stake in our energy sector as leverage in diplomatic or economic negotiations. National security risks are always a concern when discussing foreign ownership. That's why it's crucial to have thorough vetting and monitoring processes in place. However, our assembly also voted to maintain the 20% standard, and I'm honestly okay with that. Don't forget about the importance of economic security. In a globalized world, economic strength can be just as critical as military might. But yes, it's essential to maintain strict oversight and regulations to ensure national interests aren't compromised. But that's just being a joke. Was forced to be a social, unfortunately, because of guests. Aw, Graham. Aw, Graham. How would change it to the Energy Protection Act affect energy prices within Swordland? We can proceed. It's time to settle this. How would change to the EPA affect prices? With increasing foreign investment, we could potentially see a decrease in energy prices, but we could also consider the potential impact on job security and national control of our energy sector. Changing the EPA could lead to increased energy prices as foreign entities could manipulate the market. With increased competition and foreign investment, we could also see a decrease in energy prices. The more players in the market, the more competitive the prices will be. We can proceed. It's time to settle the subject, I'd say. Given the turbulent economic landscape, maintaining the status quo of the EPA could offer us some stability. We're already open to foreign investments at 20% threshold. Changing this percentage may introduce unexpected challenges and could complicate our foreign relations. I firmly believe in the sovereignty and strength of our nation. Returning the threshold to 10% as it was during the Sol era could protect us from undue foreign influence and ensure that our energy sector remains in Swordish hands. While I maintain the increasing foreign investment could significantly stimulate our economy, an increase to 49% could be a balanced compromise. Again, 49 is too harsh. 49 is too much. 20% is what the Assembly wanted from us. I am willing to go at least maybe another 5% increase, but 49 is too much. I don't want to partner with the ATO. It's a good stone face. You got a good stone face, Graham? That's very funny. Especially in light of our recent dealings with Gasm. Mr. President, our decision to position Swordland as the sole Gasm investor certainly gives us more control over the gas sector, but it has increased our financial burden significantly. We must review our fiscal policies. By investing alone, we seize significant control of the private gas sector. This aligns with our goal of nationalizing key industries. We must ensure this doesn't strain our economy. A future of our gas industry lies in our hands, not anyone else's. Our full investment in Gasm demonstrates this. Our administration needs to protect the jobs of Gasm workers, and this investment ensures that. I have little interest beyond this. This investment signifies our commitment to Swordland's energy independence. Let's put our resources to work for the Swordish people. We must ensure this doesn't strain our economy. Simon meticulously adjusts his glasses. Considering we're investing heavily in Gasm, our decision about the EPA will greatly impact the attractiveness of the remaining shares to foreign investors. Don't have to hide the excessive sweat building up on your hands? Nice. Hello, Goonermaster29. That's a good name. This is Suzerain. You are the head of whichever country on the map that you select, and you make decisions about whether the EPA is going to fucking increase foreign ownership or not. You pull your hair out about foreign ownership into local energy sectors. Have you ever heard of Frostpunk? It's a good resource management game with politics being a central theme in it. The problem with Frostpunk for me is that I suck. The problem with something like Frostpunk is that I'm bad at resource management. I love the political part. I love making decisions. I'm good at making decisions. I'm bad at it, but I like making them. I can make a decision. The problem is that I'm really bad. My decisions are really bad for the economy, as always. That's where shutting in for a while gets you? Yeah, it does, Graham. A reduction in the EPA could pave the way for potential profits from the shares, whereas total removal may invite an unpredictable rush for the remaining 45. Our investment in Gasm reinforces Swordland's sovereignty, however, altering the EPA might dilute that sovereignty. I caution against drastic changes that may leave us vulnerable to foreign influence. We must maintain control of our energy sector at all costs. She gets it, we need it. Hello, Darth Vader, welcome back. If we remove the Energy Protection Act entirely, our 30% investment could potentially be overshadowed by foreign investors. However, it could also maximize our returns if foreign investment floods in. By increasing the foreign ownership threshold to 49%, we're opening up more opportunities for foreign investment. This could improve the value of our own 30% stake in Gasm. If we keep the foreign ownership threshold as it is, we're limiting foreign investment. However, our 30% stake in Gasm would remain significant and protected. By reducing the foreign ownership limit to 10%, we're closing off most foreign investment opportunities. This ensures our 30% stake in Gasm holds significant power. We want it to be protected. We want our ownership to be protected enough to where we have, as a nation, we have control over our energy sector. Why is my fucking economic minister, why is Hall coming to me with like a massive jump in a policy change, even against the assembly? Shoot this motherfucker. If we keep the owner, 30%. It would be preserving the status quo ensures that our 30% stake remains significant, yes. But would we be missing out on potential growth? You're both right, keeping the status quo ensures stability, but we must weigh this against the potential trade opportunities we might be missing out on. I'm gonna die. Why is Weishi so level-headed? Not sure about the awkward silence, though. Oh, yeah. We have considered the long-term impact of our decisions. Foreign investment might bring immediate financial gains, but we risk losing control of our energy sector. We should be more aggressive in attracting foreign investment. After all, a thriving energy sector can be a major driver of the economic plan. Shoot me in the head. The EPA has been safeguard for our national interest, but we also must be open to change. We need to carefully weigh the benefits and drawbacks. Are you tired of reading it? Never, Graham. Our choices aren't just about the numbers, they hold significant implications for the people of Swordland. We must make decisions with them in mind. Our priority should be balancing the need for economic growth with maintaining national sovereignty. Perhaps a phased approach to increasing foreign ownership could be the answer. Holy fuck no! Why would we phase out our national interest? No! I'm not gonna lose my energy sector out to a bunch of goddamn liberals, bro. It's not gonna happen. I would say we've covered the implications of your EPA decision fairly thoroughly, Mr. President. One more concern. Gus and Mikael informed me that you have given President Alfonso assurances about not imposing stricter EPA regulations. Given the economic climate, it might be prudent not to destabilize the system. Imposing a reduction of the threshold could irreversibly harm Gasm. We are not going to lower this threshold at all either. I understand the need for economic stability, but I'm reconsidering my promise now that I know all the facts. No, we're holding it steady. We're not reconsidering. We're keeping it 20. Get out of my office. Destructive in an already dangerous economy that could down spiral. We need to balance our commitment to Alfonso with the needs of our nation. Our actions should be guided by the best interests of our nation. Mr. President, it's time for us to make a decision. What will we do for the EPA? We're not removing the Energy Protection Act. No. We need to increase foreign investment. No, we have to keep it at 20. Again, is there really no middle ground between 20 and 49%? I can't do 25. At maximum, I'd go 30. But going from 20 to a 49% ownership stake is bonkers. No. We're holding steady. We're gonna follow the assembly line on this. We're gonna hold steady. We've already just turned out the game, only here for the background noise. Excellent, Darth Vader. Excellent. That's the juicy stuff. That's what I want to see. I want to suck all your brains out of your ears. Stability is key in these uncertain times. It's a safe choice, though it might limit our economic growth. It might not be what Saul would have wanted, but it is a prudent decision. The door to the room opened. Livia Suno carried a tray laden with an assortment of beverages. She was a little clumsy as she maneuvered around the room, refilling cups and glasses with tea, coffee, and water. Excuse me, gentlemen and madam. I didn't mean to interrupt. What would you like to drink, Mr. President? A coffee. Thank you, Livia. A coffee for me. Of course, Mr. President. Here you are. Livia finished serving the beverages and retreated towards the door. She glanced around the room one last time before quietly backing out. The meeting resumed, our conversation growing slightly louder over the clink of cups and glasses. Yes! Let me get a drink. While we are here, I will inform you all that I've been lending my expertise to Minister Ben Wall in relation to the Workers' Rights Bill. I believe it's crucial to ensure fair treatment for our workforce, and it is nearing presentation. We will be empowering the workers! Let them strike. Let them destroy this economy. It'll be no sweat off my back. Your collaboration with Mr. Benwall is commendable. I hope it will bring about a positive change for our workforce. Workers' rights are important, but we need to ensure that the bill doesn't introduce excessive regulations. I will reserve my judgment until I have a chance to review the bill in detail. No. Thank you for talking to Mr. Benwall. Thank you, Mr. President. The bill aims to prioritize workers' well-being. It's a step towards a more humane economic system. I share your sentiments, Mr. President. However, we must be careful to avoid encouraging anti-business tendencies. I concur, Mr. President. Ensuring the rights of our workers is paramount, although we must be cautious of any hidden agendas. Anyway, I have been working on our upcoming term budget meeting and proposal for business taxation changes. Specifically, we're considering a range of 10% tax changes for small to medium enterprises and large corporations. This could be a significant move on our economic landscape. So for what I'm getting here, we're managing a nation and the economy's screwed? Yes, Quasar. Yes! Yes! The economy is in shambles! We're in the danger zone! Look at this chart! You've seen charts like this before! This is not good! Specifically, we're considering a range of 10% tax changes for small to medium enterprises and large corporations. This could be a significant move for our economic landscape. Such a taxation approach could indeed invigorate our economy, but we must ensure it doesn't burden our SMEs unduly. We should be careful with large changes to taxation. They could have unintended consequences. Bold changes. I'm very satisfied that we're executing bold changes under this administration. Bold changes can often lead to significant advancement. It shows the government has vision and a willingness to embrace innovation. We should explore alternative strategies that promote growth while ensuring corporations contribute their fair share. It's a freaking mountain, yeah. To me, promoting growth comes secondary to holding corporations accountable. As the ministers rose from their seats, the late morning light spilled into the room through the ornate windows. It seemed to signal the conclusion of the meeting. Our work is our legacy. Let's make sure it's one Swordland can be proud of. Thank you all for your insights and collaboration today. Have a great afternoon. Thank you for your discussion. I'll continue working on our priorities. Goodbye, everyone. See you at the term budget meeting. Until next time, dear colleagues, take care and see you soon. Please don't tell me the term budget meeting is the next tick. It's the budget meeting! Fuck, dude! I'm gonna go piss! I gotta go pee! I gotta go pee before my brain explodes. I'll be right back. Alright, your little pee-pee piss-piss boy is back in action. How do you set this live again? Alright, we have a lot to do today. A lot to do. Fuck. Oh, this budget meeting's gonna kick my ass, bro, dude. I'm so scared. I have no capital. Everything just has to stay sort of the same. EPA status quo, a wise decision, that's what I feel. A missed opportunity? Screw you! Open city information, something has changed. A suspicious Galkondist sect. No Galkondism. Dastnerity is the way to go. We must kill all these bloodish citizens. Discovery of new Izam remains. Remains of the former Black Battalion members have been discovered near the site of the Izam incident. The deceased have been identified as Sordish armed forces officers who were pardoned by President Saul's government and were deployed in border security at the time. Investigations are ongoing to determine the cause and circumstances of their deaths. The discovery has reignited interest in the Black Battalion's history, and authorities are urging anyone with information related to the case to come forward. Alright, Sarna. What's up with you? Where'd you expect more Galkandist sects? Agricultural growth potential? Someone's throwing a party in front of your house? So I'm back? Gotcha, Anuk. Sorry to hear that, man. Sarna is exhibiting strong potential for agricultural growth. The demand from neighboring Lesbia is increasing, suggesting an opportunity for expansion in the region's agricultural sector. The local farmers are optimistic about the future, but they also highlight the need for strategic investment and support to capitalize on this potential. I wonder if... I've never done like a declare a national emergency type run. Untapped coal reserves. The Nadam Mining Corporation has discovered new untapped coal reserves in Mobile. The corporation suggests that investments in Lauren could significantly improve output, opening the opportunities for economic growth in the region. The corporation is in the process of assessing the feasibility of potential reserves. We can do coal. Boren, manager Groony's region tour. Excellent. Minister of the Rural Development, Manger, is touring the Groony region in Boren as part of his research for a new rural development plan. The tour includes several sites, visits, and meetings with local officials and communities. This initiative indicates a proactive approach to rural development with a specific focus on understanding ground realities. The outcomes of this tour will contribute to the vision of the new development plan. Ooh, exciting. The PFJP mayor in Volgan. Volgan farmers seek support. In Volgan, local farmers are seeking support. As the city's agricultural industry is falling behind, the farmers point out that lack of access to modern farming equipment and insufficient infrastructures are major hurdles. They believe that targeted support and investment could rejuvenate the agricultural sector and contribute to the region's economy. I like that. I like that a lot. Hello, Arlene. Welcome back. What's up? What's up? All right. I'm not excited. It's time for budget allocation. It's time for budget allocation. The preparations for the government budget were finished. Most of the cabinet gathered in the White Room for the important occasion. There are my ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, there are my ministers. Everybody except my foreign minister. He's probably out doing something way more important than sitting here fucking deciding how minimal the budget's gonna change. Nearly half a year had passed since my inauguration. The cabinet looked overworked. Welcome, everybody. Great to see you. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, it's finally time to discuss the government budget. I'm quivering in my loafers with excitement, Mr. President. Sadly, Peter Vector and Gus Manger and David Weishi won't be attending this meeting. Yeah, Manger's actually doing his job, Weishi is probably also doing his job, and Peter's probably getting drunk. They are working on the upcoming trade agreements with Wayland and Agnolia. Okay. That's way more important right now, because I need an economy. May the Lord be with them. Kiara gave a barely disgusted eye roll. Before we begin, is nobody going to mention the ban on the young swords? However much their political aims might differ from our administration's, surely you must agree that freedom of expression must be protected at all costs. No. No. Not if you're a fascist. Sorry. If you're coming in as a fascist, sorry, get out of here. Miss Morgna is right. Nia flashed her an appreciative smile. I myself strongly disagree with the young sword's politics, but even I believe that. She broke off as she noticed that Lucy and Simone and Yosef were looking at her and Nia in stony silence. Ladies, let's leave the extraneous chit-chat for afternoon tea. Dude, Lucian, bro! Kiara shot a fleeting look at Lelius, who merely pursed her lips disapprovingly. If you have a problem with the ban, call a separate meeting with me. Simone started loudly shuffling some documents around. The guests are gone, Graham. Did you shoo them out or whatever? All eyes turned to the Minister of Economy. Thanks to Simone's expertise, I'm sure we will achieve lots of great things today. Nodded Simone. Let's begin, Mr. Hall. Gladly. Today is a big day. We must prioritize our spending wisely in order to achieve the goals we set out as a government. While maintaining enough political support, if I may add, promises were made during the election. There are three options regarding the budgeting of our four main branches of government. It's either we increase, maintain, or decrease the funding, and that's all there is to it. Increasing will result in an improvement of the branch, which will unlock new policy options. Maintaining will will keep the funding, resulting in no visible change. Decreasing causes a loss of efficiency in that branch. Is it possible to maintain as much state control as possible? In the health and education departments, yes. However, I am not sure if that would be efficient. I cannot put my attention back to me. Our universal healthcare system must be protected and not be tainted by private greed or interest. We need to be considerate when making such grand choices that have a ripple effect. I agree. We are going to maintain a universal healthcare system and even probably increase investment into it. I was playing Demon Slayer 3D on Roblox, and one person said that Zan, whoa, boy, had with the yellow hair got me pregnant when I wasn't even pregnant. Dude, it's crazy. That sounds insane, Arlene. That sounds insane. We have to be careful as to what we have to fund, so we have resources remaining for other investment projects. We should prioritize the most critical branches. We have to keep true to the election promises. Our people voted for us because of the promises we made. As much as we realistically can. If we fail to improve our economy, the promises don't mean much in the big picture. Before I begin our discussion, there is one more thing that I want to voice my opinion on. As we manage the government budgets, we can go into debt to invest in different branches. However, under these circumstances, it would worsen the economic crisis if we push it too far. It's difficult for us to raise debt with the current unhealthy economy, but we can increase the amount of debt we can take as the economy improves. Our administration should be fiscally conservative to avoid a crash. Measures of austerity have shown difficulties in appeasing voter groups. Given the current state of the country, improving economic situation is a political priority right now, more so than ever if we want to win the 58 election. This budget will also be applicable in our entire term. It's very critical that we plan correctly. Let's begin then. Which branch should we discuss first? That's gotta be healthcare. We are going to invest the last of our budget into healthcare. Our healthcare system is vast and provides free services to most of our citizens. However, the quality of our health service is far worse in low-income and rural areas. Therefore, I think that we should receive more funding to address this disparity. I agree. I have recently begun an investigation into the healthcare in Narbel, and the numbers are not good. If we don't increase spending on healthcare services, we at least need to maintain it. Otherwise, we are putting lives at risk. We've just started a new analysis on what would happen if the pandemic struck Swordland. According to the results, if our healthcare facilities remain in our current state, the death toll would be unimaginable. It was a day in Roblox, a crazy day? Yeah. I'm not even talking about the damage to our economy. This is a matter of life and death, Mr. President, and it should be treated as such. Very worrying. On top of what Pascal said, we need to remember that we promised to focus on healthcare during our election campaign. We need to follow through on our promise to the people. Let's discuss law enforcement. I would like to have an increase to the funding of law enforcement to increase the size of the police force and raise salaries. We have so many internal threats to tackle, and I'm already stretching my units far too thin with the limited resources allocated to me. Nia cleared her throat. Law enforcement is certainly a high priority. However, I feel tackling internal corruption is of far higher importance than increasing our police presence. Directing the funds to my department would solve the problem at its root. If corruption is still rampant, all the police in the world won't protect us. We need a specialized anti-corruption police unit, which we could create if the funds were directed to me. I agree with Miss Morgno. We should not reward a structure that is responsible for an ever-increasing number of human rights violations. Additionally, corruption is the reason of our government inefficiencies. It needs to be tackled. The police are there to serve and protect the people of Swordland, Ms. Walda, and that is exactly what we are doing. More funding will allow us to take care of our police forces. It is quite a simple choice, given the current status of our country. Nia, real solution for real problems like corruption. I agree with Kiara. People think of us if we fund the police after all that's happened. Real problems like corruption. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Banana. Welcome back. What would people think of us if we fund the police after all that's happened? It's time to hear the opinions on the military. What is there to hear about? I already voiced my opinions. Rumberg is coming whether we like it or not. If not this year, next year. If not next year, the year after that. Mr. President, you and I have shared responsibility to protect this nation from its enemies, and I intend to do so until my last breath. I will say this with certainty. If Rumberg doesn't make a move against Swordland in 2 or 3 years, my name is not Yosef Linsea. Yosef was beginning to lose control of the volume of his voice. There can be no argument against increasing the budget for our army when there is an enemy in our doorstep, waiting for us to make one wrong move. Anyone who thinks otherwise is a fool. Mr. Lincea? Right. Pardon my theatrics, sir, but this is a serious matter. The future of our country is up to you, Mr. President. Love people on Roblox, they're very funny. They are indeed. Well, here's an argument. The armed forces does nothing but eat away financial resources destined for our people while stoking fears of an upcoming war. The issues with Rumberg can be solved diplomatically. What kind of message are we sending to them and the whole world if we suddenly start ramping up our military budget? That we are ready to defend our nation, Miss Walden. Exactly. Rumberg is the real threat and we need to be ready. What about education? Our education system is lacking, not only in funding, but also in modern curricular principles. Our outdated curriculum is wasting our youth. That is the reason why I advocate for two things: an increase in the budget to improve access to education in rural areas, and a new education reform. To be honest, Swordland is lacking compared to Arcasia and the United Contania when it comes to education levels. The backbone of any country is its people, and we need to protect our future. We need to ensure the new generation is as well educated as their counterparts in more modern countries. Nonsense. Swordland is still here because of this very system that you insult. How can you insult a system that teaches our sons and daughters the principles of national identity and pride? We won't be compared to any other country. Swordland is Swordland. I agree with Lelius. Swordland is Swordland. Pave our way, we didn't get this far by imitating Arcasia or United Contania. It's high time we invest. I'll think about it. We're probably not going to be touching education this term. Seen all sorts of weird folk there in Roblox. Want to rate my day? Not too bad. Not sure what to cook for dinner though. Still thinking about it. I made up my mind about the budget. We can proceed. Oh, here we go. Very good talking points for everyone. Well then, the time to make a decision on the budget has come. Consider it with care, Mr. President. Simone placed a stack of papers on my table. I turned to the first page. Healthcare. I would like to increase the budget for healthcare. Swordland's health system and healthcare quality have stagnated due to administration inefficiencies, increased service demand, and an increasing divide in service quality between the urban and rural populations. The average life expectancy has dropped significantly with issues such as maternity deaths and disease outbreaks. We will not be caught lacking on the healthcare reform. Law and order will be maintained. Education maintained. Military maintained. Yep, sorry guys. I'm not touching much. Well, hang on. Let's see. Education, law, and order are also on the budget. Yeah, it's just gonna have to be healthcare, I think. I don't mind going into a deficit, but I don't mind deficit spending. But I don't really want to. It's good. I had finished allocating the government budget to the satisfaction of some cabinet members and the dismay of the others. They and I knew this would define a significant part of our term. We have a deficit on our hands. We will need to resort to debt to finance future investments. This situation can have adverse effects if we don't strike a balance. Agreed. Well then, let's start with law enforcement. Julius leans forward and put her hand on her chin. Nia was looking down at the floor. I suppose we'll have to make do with what we have. This is not the best situation for us. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do if the budget doesn't change. Any statements on this matter, sir? I trust you to push the Ministry of Interior and Justice forward. Existing set of budgetary conditions is in order. Our efforts will be on maintaining order with what we have. Here I was thinking the Reign administration could be on the side of law and justice. Let's hear from the Minister of Education. Everybody's gonna be upset. Someone nail broke off in the chat here? Ew. Currently an 8 out of 10. Keeping the same budget will just result in the same problems. However, I prefer this over a decrease. I'll try to reform the system with my own resources. Our future depends on our children. Education is the first step in the fight against ignorance. Your expertise and passion should enable you to make the necessary changes for improvement. My expectation is that you maintain education services with the same budget. It seems we have no other choice but to depend on what little we have. What will our children think of us? The military is next. Kiara clearly wasn't finished, but didn't interject. Yosef chimed in. It is a shame that the military won't be getting an increase. I will have to make sacrifices to maintain our defense. Lucian seemed as if he was about to say something, but looked down at his notepad when Yosef eyed him. Maintaining the funding was the correct call, especially in light of the threats. The threats called for an increase, not just a continuation of the same budget. Joseph leaned back in his chair. Let's hear from Mr. Benoit. He's the one who got the increase. Let's grow back. Thank you, sir. The health budget increase will help me and focus on improvements. Our people will now be safer than ever. I'm also planning to tackle issues like the lack of rural hospitals and the recently worrying numbers of maternal deaths. Welfare must remain a priority for our term. There is no other way around it. Move forward, it will improve drastically. It feels invigorating to have the weight of the government behind my cause. That convenes all branches. Each minister will approach you with their respective policy requests and expectations over the next year. Thank you for your time and participation. In this significant moment, the meeting has concluded. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time and effort. The ministers bid their farewells, some excitedly, others dejectedly. The cabinet slowly dispersed out of the White Room. The budget for our term was concluded. Well, it didn't hit us too hard, but we did maintain a consistent economy, so that's kind of what I'm going for this term. We want to keep our promise of healthcare, but we don't want to break the bank. No, they don't. The 1954 Swordish government. On to the next chapter, it would seem. Situation: we have a consistent economy, which is good, and our welfare is increased public health funding. Look at us. Me when I keep my promises. Reform Committee status report. Lucy and Gallade reported that so far they have been able to get in a total 87 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts are underway to increase the support and reach out to the necessary members. Does it say how many votes I need? I don't remember. Moving on. Chapter 2. A new Swordland. Let's begin. That's a new budget. That's a new budget. A new budget. A new term. Former President Saul's open hospitality. President Saul demonstrated unexpected warmth yesterday when he invited local fishermen into his Duru Island residence. 54-55 season ends. FC Gelsword claims the league title again. Gelsword does it again. Prime Minister Alvarez of Lesbia visits Pales, offers support amid tensions with Rizia. Vogslandian Navy forces Angolian drill ship to retreat from Heliland. That's very funny. Arcasia fires the M4 ICBM. United Quintania's Congress addresses State of the Union and revolutionary expansion. I use fake nails sometimes too, and let me tell you, it hurts the real nails and you can't really do anything about it. Ooh. Ooh. Yikes. That sounds like that hurts. Benfey has a tourism destination and widespread protest is very funny. Benfey Regional Airport is overcrowded. We have been receiving reports about the capacity of Benfey Regional Airport. The mayor of Benfey is preparing to put a request forward for an investment to build an international airport in the city. For a touristic region like Benfey, he claims that it would increase the overall prosperity of Swordland. You get used to it. Military equipment is outdated. The General Staff has performed an analysis of our borders to assess our military defense capabilities against potential Rumberg attack. The results show that our military equipment is outdated and needs replacement as soon as possible. The continuation of the worrying report shows that in the event of an attack, our border would be broken through easily, leaving the primary regions of Swordland exposed. Central Bank issues budget deficit warning. The Central Bank of Swordland issued a warning regarding the extensive government budget deficit that has occurred in the first year of the administration. The potential consequences of irresponsible economic management were highlighted. Agnok relayed that the large deficit could have dire consequences on the strength of the currency and the hamper a potential of the still-to-recover economy. Well, we are a modern economy and we have a modern state-based economy, so we should be deficit spending anyway. Which, honestly, makes me think I probably should have gone back and dumped a bunch of money into my economy. Massive network of BFF priests discovered. Bergian Special Zone Security has reported the discovery of large-scale religious network of the BFF that encompasses all cities in Bergia. Under the guise of state-sanctioned priesthood, the BFF has recruited hundreds and possibly thousands of Golcondas worshippers to join the militant groups, and converted hundreds of Nurity worshippers to the sect of Golcondism. Fuckers. A dozen arrests were made, but since most police officers don't speak Bloodish, it will be difficult to find the actual ringleaders, priests in the network. Many requests were made to ban Blush as a language from sanctuaries. Governor Braun also requested Golcondism to be banned as a religion. And it will be, trust me. Did I stub the toe? Did I stub my toe and fall down the stairs? Yikes, that would suck. Can't even put your makeup on and other things on? Oh, ugh. It hurts me thinking about it. Education in rural regions require improvements. Sierra Walder reports that the current education institutions in rural regions of Swordland have largely been neglected. As part of her analyses, the literacy rate in Swordland currently stands at 80%, while rural regions like Narbel has a literacy rate of only 64%. The lack of schools per capita also reflects these changes. Take me to the world. The world. Let's see, Morella. The nearest Republic of Dardia. These should be our friends. The Republic of Morella. Unidentified object spotted close to Kinali border. Security agencies in Morella have reported sightings of an unidentified object close to Kinali border. The object was flying at a high altitude and at very high speeds. Currently, there is no clarity on what the object could be or its potential implications. Some intelligence officers indicated that the sightings could be a potential CSP low orbit satellite. The Morellan authorities are working with their Kinali counterparts to investigate the matter further. There's Pales. I guess you get to attack Pales when you play Rizia. Very funny, very funny, very funny. Agnolian offshore drilling near LG increased tensions. Agnolia has started a new oil drilling operation very close to the disputed territory of Helliland. The tensions increased when the situation turned into a standoff between Vogslandia and Agnolian warships. It took several hours for the gridlock to be resolved and the situation was de-escalated. For now. Halem. Wilben. Oxport with a sword. Galmaland. Refyak. Alright, take me back. What seems to be the damage? Whole sword. The Workers' Rights Act. The WRA bill has been passed by the GNA. Ooh, we've got quite a bit here. We got quite a bit here. You can't wear lipstick for a month? Dang. Because of your lip piercing? Not allowed to wear lipstick. Oh. I thought you meant something else. Section 1 of this bill sets the groundwork for fair compensation by establishing a minimum wage of 2.5 Swordish Ren per hour. This serves as a benchmark for fair and equitable pay, ensuring that no worker in Swordland is compensated below this rate. Section 2 addresses the issue of excessive labor, setting a maximum limit of 60 hours of work per week. This provision aims to prevent workers' exploitation and safeguard the well-being of the Swordish labor force. Section 3 introduces the concept of double overtime pay. This stipulates that any work performed beyond a 40-hour work week will be compensated at twice the normal hourly wage. This incentivizes fair work practices and ensures employees are duly compensated for their extended efforts. How do I like my floor? It's good. It's a nice cheap vinyl on top of concrete, so it's easy to clean. It doesn't get damaged, you know? I love it. It's not comfortable to lay on, but it gets the job done. Section 4 focuses on worker safety and humane work conditions. It mandates that employers must take all necessary steps to protect their workers from occupational hazards and ensure a dignified and safe working environment. This promotes a culture of respect and care within workplaces across Swordland. Section 5 extends these protections to migrant or undocumented workers, granting them the same rights as Swordish citizens. Employers who fail to abide by these rules will face substantial fines from the government, and persistent non-compliance will invite legal action. Let's sign it in. An excellent amendment. A little deficit spending, if you will. New law on workers' rights. Rain signs workers' rights bill into law. Workers' rights bill signed. In a surprising move, why would it be surprising? Workers' rights reformed. Situation on the economy, increased employee costs, welfare, improved working conditions. Our economy is now unstable, but we've gone from dangerous to unstable now. So our economy is going back up. I should make pasta? That does sound delicious. Well, look at this. An evening walk with Monica. It was early evening, still light out with just a faint nip in the air. Frank was at his friend's when Diana was at an art class. Monica and I decided to go out for a walk before dinner. Our favorite place to stroll was the nearby Capitol Park, the largest green space in all of Holsword. Before the children were born, we had spent many an evening engaging in deep conversation along the riverside promenade. Another favorite path wound through the forest woods and behind the residential housing complex, to a private pond where the children could swim in the summer. I was told that Saul himself had built the benefits of being president. Monica met me by the door and we put on our coats and hats. I was going to suggest we walk towards Saul Square, but the guards told me it's been closed for yet another protest. I wonder who they are protesting this time. The young swords are taking it too far. In any case, where shall we go? I'm not sure Capitol Park is a wise idea in this climate either. What do my hands look like? Well, I have pretty veiny hands. Like it's pretty pale, and then there's like a lot of blue running through the knuckles and stuff like that. You're right, it's not worth the security risk. Let's stay inside the green perimeter. I agree, let's go, then before the children get home. I informed the guards about our route and we left the house. The guards followed at a discreet distance as we headed towards the walking trail. As we entered the woods, Monica broke the silence. So, how was your day? Paperwork, endless meetings, the usual nightmare. I don't know, I imagine some might find that stimulating. What about your day? Oh, it was fine. I caught up on some reading while the children were at school. Just outside the gate, I glimpsed Ionis Prona, the former Minister of Justice, walking towards Capitol Park. I remember that Nia Morgna used to be his vice minister. He didn't seem to notice us as he walked by. Ionis had once fought hard and strong against Saul's judiciary reforms, but after years of the government blocking his every move, he gave up on his ideals and became a part of the administration. What do your ideals really mean if they could be changed so easily? What about the people we idolize? Evelyn also came around for tea. She says hi. She was feeling rather low, though. Apparently she and Peter had a bit of a disagreement. How'd that happen? Apparently Peter had too much whiskey, as usual, and didn't behave when Evelyn's father was over for dinner yesterday. You know, Peter, what do you think of this? To be honest, I don't care. Perpetually pickled. I'll have a talk with him. Good. Evelyn seemed close to tears. Aren't you glad you and I don't have these kinds of quarrels? Monica didn't say anything. We kept walking. How's my day today? Pretty good. For breakfast, I had some sausage biscuits and gravy, I think. No, I didn't eat breakfast. For brunch, I had a mango. I think? I don't remember. Something like that. And then I just finished off a lamb burger. You know, Evelyn hasn't been the same since what happened to her at Wholesword Post last year. You remember how she got fired for supporting Alfonso? Peter tried everything to get her job back, but it didn't work. Maybe he didn't try hard enough. Oh. She had it coming. A sad day for journalism and free speech in Swordland. Truly. I completely agree. A sad day indeed. But enough about the Vectorns. I also spoke to Janice on the phone. Who? You remember my friend from university? We were in the Swordlish literature class together. A few years younger than me, red hair, scar on her forehead. We had dinner with her and her husband once or twice. Neither the name nor the description rang a bell. I still remember her, but go on. Anyway, she's been working as an executive assistant at the Violet Pictures film studio. She recently became pregnant and asked her boss for paid maternity leave, and guess what? She was fired for it. After asking for maternity leave? That's pretty awful. We did just sign in a bunch of labor laws. I know, I was beside myself when she told me, and that's not all. They immediately replaced her with a younger, less experienced man, the son of an executive, no less. That is utterly ridiculous. I'm happy you agree with me. As it happens, another friend works for a television station that's hiring secretaries, so I connected the two of them. That doesn't solve the deeper problem, though. So you're finally starting to see things my way. Women in this country are still seen as wives and mothers first, human beings second. They're harassed at work, underpaid, blocked from positions of power, and those are the lucky ones. The fact that there are still places in the country where little girls like Diana are denied the right to an education. Go on. These little girls and people like Janice need someone to speak on their behalf, a role model, a successful woman. We'd reached the pond at the end of the trail. A park bench overlooked the water. Monica gestured toward it, and we sat down. Do I hate the sidewalks today? Not particularly. That's a funny question, though. Only the tourists who walk amongst them. I know the mayor of Enrica, Curtin Lest. You know, I mean, I usually wasn't like a person who hated tourists, but since I've had to get to work by walking and stuff like that, like the tourists sort of just like taking up the entirety of the sidewalk kind of like makes me mad, because I'm like, I gotta go to work to feed you guys slop. My wish is to take his place and deliver the speech instead. Curtin Less will be delivering the speech at the annual opening. Les was one of Swordland's most influential politicians. He had started his career in Benfey before rising to power in Anrica. Benfey's current mayor had personally invited him to make an opening speech. Replacing it with Monica would likely anger him, probably not enough to cause a huge incident, but enough that he might use his influence over the Conservatives to block me in the Assembly. I want to base the speech on women's rights in Swordland, on the oppression and discrimination we face every day, on the basis of our sex alone. I want our voice heard, and his festival is the time to do it. I just need your blessing as my husband, the president of Swordland. Monica's eyes were blazing with fire. I hadn't seen since we were students. She wanted this badly, but I had to be careful with my promises. Does it have to be at the festival? Why can't you make your speech another time? Absolutely not. Out of the question. I have to remember that we're sexist. I don't understand. After all I've done to support you, you can't support me on this? It's not the right time. Swordland is facing too much political strife. We'll have to deal with women's rights later. Women belong in the home, not in politics. He's right. If I hit you with a pole, would I get in trouble? Also, hi. Hello, Rock. We have to, being like a sexist socialist is so hard. Being sexist sucks. I don't want you to step into politics. I know I'm not experienced, but I can do this. You have to trust me. No. Monica was silent for a while. When she finally spoke, there was a chill in her voice. If that's truly how you feel, so be it. We walked back home. Neither of us looked at each other. Ooh, that's so awkward. That's so awkward, dude. Anything interesting happened? We're a sex pest, and we're sexist. We're doing a sexist run. 6 terrorists from the Young Swords plotting to bomb a rally were caught by Leshaven police. The perpetrators confessed to their plans and said they did in response to the ban on the Young Swords. They've each been convicted and sentenced to 154 years in prison for planning a terrorist attack on the people of Swordland and for treason against Swordland. Young Swords out. Galcondist violence in Dayer. There have been several incidents of religious violence committed by bloodish Galcondists in Dayer. The attacks targeted members of other religious groups, resulting in injuries and property damage. The situation is concerning and warrants immediate attention from law enforcement and the government officials. It is recommended that measures be taken to prevent future incidents and to address the root cause of the problem. The BFF bombs my police station. In a treacherous attack, the BFF has bombed the police station in Dayer. Initial casualties are reported at 3 officers dead and 22 injured. The perpetrators have escaped into the Gumran Mountains near Suzerain, and a search was started to bring them to justice. The border guard has been notified of the attackers in case they try to flee to Wayland. The Workers' Party of Bloodia condemned the incident. Are you aggressive when angry? Not me. I don't think so. Galcondist violence in Swordland. A game changer. News of the international interest in Gasm continues to spread, and reports confirm that Anraka and Kinal, alongside Golemland, are also considering significant investments into Swordish energy. Explosions in Dayer, 3 killed, 22 wounded. Detonation, Swordland in a tough spot. Progress on Ayatake plans boosts Nibia and surrounding nations. Chancellor denounces Arcasian base on Ravenos Islands. Smolak condemns Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. I agree. I also condemn Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. Budget allocation of law enforcement a regional investment decision. Ooh. You don't say. Gus Manger and Simon Hull have prepared an extensive regional investment package to revitalize one of the top 3 economically fragile regions by boosting the municipality budgets, providing large sums of business grants, and giving cheap loans to companies with liquidity problems. The proposal can be implemented in one of the following regions: Bergia, Lauren, and Agenland. Business grants, cheap loans with liquidity problems. So Bergia is in the southwest. That would probably be an awful place to invest in. That's not going to happen. Lauren is going to be here. I didn't mean to press Lauren. Well, it looks like it's going to Lauren then. Lauren has, I believe, CPS mayors, which is what we want. USB. Lauren, I think, is a coal mining town, which would also help solve, like, the energy problem that we're going through. You're gonna go now, Harleen? Gotcha. Have a good night. Alright, the Swordish government investments into Lauren. The Lauren region was identified as one of the government's priority areas, luring heavy industry investments. The city of Morna and Morbell will likely benefit most from the investments due to their proximity to natural resources, existing transmission links, and population centers. To attract investors and kickstart the massive industry of the region that has shrunk over the decade. The funding will also be used to develop the regional infrastructure, and a small portion will be used as subsidies for the forestry industry, government officials said. It's 4 in the night, party is still going, but I'm trying to sleep now. Gotcha, Anik. Good luck, man. Good luck. Parties are kind of hard to sleep through. Alright, let's take a look. Investments into Lauren. Alright, one last click. We're doing the budget allocation for law enforcement. I was in my office reading reports from the ministries about the current situation of the protests. My next scheduled meeting was with Nia and Lilias to discuss the law enforcement budget. I heard some knocks on the door. Nia entered and took a seat in front of my desk. Lilias was absent. Good morning, Mr. President. Lilias will be late. Apparently there was an urgent matter at the Ministry of the Interior she had to attend to. Shouldn't take long. Very well, let's wait. I returned to my reports and Nia smoothed back an errant strand of her hair. There was an awkward silence. While we wait, why don't we have a little chat? This might come off as a little strange, but I am proud of you. Despite everything, you are actually trying to reform the country. There is much to do. Yes, although there is a lot to do, the future looks promising. Thank you for that. You are giving me hope that this country can get better. Your support gives me hope as well. Question. We are all in this together, after all. She leaned forward. How are you really holding up, Anton? Being the president, I mean. It's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, but it's also the best thing I've ever done in my life. I can imagine. So much responsibility and so much power at the same time. I want to assist you and the country as best I can. Unfortunately, my hands are tied with the current budget allocation we have for law enforcement. She barely finished the sentence before we heard a knock on the door. Nia almost jumped in her chair. Lilias Graff entered the room. Mr. President, Nia, I hope that I'm not interrupting your conversation. No, not at all. We were just discussing a few things. Nia smiled at Lilias. I'm sorry for being late. There was an important matter at the ministry. The security forces of Bergia are arbitrarily not cooperating with my department and created some minor annoyances. Unfortunately, due to my limited authorities in the special zone of Bergia, I cannot control their operations. Luckily, they didn't completely botch their tasks and actually uncovered a large network of priests that are recruiting Bergians for the Blush Freedom Front. Do I use makeup? I do not, Quasar. I'd like to, but it's kind of tough. It's also very expensive. Might not be for me. Good. Do your best to keep the miscommunication with governor's forces to a minimum. We need to take the war against terror seriously. Of course. Lilias took the seat next to Nia as she continued talking. Before we begin, I'd like to mention your call to boost the police has helped us tremendously in maintaining public safety. A few incidents seem to have happened due to the inexperience of the recruits coming from the police academy. They were relieved of duty immediately. Damn. Well then, let's get straight. We will provide a brief update on the situation of law enforcement. Alright, go ahead. Too much work? Yeah, it is a lot of work. Nia. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court is working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Interior to address the protests in the country. I must add that thanks to the hard work of our judiciary, the law enforcement forces assigned to our ministry were doing their jobs effectively. I would call it the success of our forces on the ground, not due to the judicial branch of our government. Lilia shot Nia a brief, withering glance. The current budget, Minister of State, Interior, and Justice, okay, has dampened hopes of more funding in the force. Yet here we are, the mass protests happening in the country, we're standing exactly where we were before. The decisions made needs to reflect the current situation of the country. This was certainly not the right decision when we are dealing with mass protests. Agreed, many in the Ministry of Justice hoped for an increase and were not satisfied with the decision. Regardless, this means we will have to deal with the growing court backlog. It is manageable, but it will be a challenge for sure. I had to make sacrifices for the good of Swordland. These sacrifices might have very well damaged the structural integrity of Swordland. That remains to be seen, but the ripples are already being felt across the country. I hope this decision is not the beginning of something bad. A brief moment of deliberation passed. Lilias and Nia got up from their seats. Well then, I must now return to the ministry. Me too. They left the room. As soon as the door closed, I could hear their muffled voices as they argued. I didn't get anything. They just told me how bad their day was. They just told me how bad their day was. Thoughts on my sanity? It was tough doing constitutional reform, but I think I've mellowed out now. Now that especially in the, it's like the constitutional reform, you do constitutional reform, and then you get hit by the budget meeting, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. One like really tense, serious issue after another is crazy. Protester target sacred symbols of dexterity? Oh no. Let's see. Economy slowly recovering, indeed. Richter calls president to action. Head of the Swordland's main opposition party, People's Freedom and Justice Party, Friends Richter has said President Rain needs to address issues like term limits and electoral thresholds if Swordland's democracy, freedoms, and economy were to be developed. Smolak condemns Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. BFF propaganda in the sanctuaries. Bloodish Freedom Front using schools to recruit and train militias. A school in Arizona has discovered to be acting as hidden facility for the Bloodish Freedom Front, where they employed methods of bloodish nationalist propaganda and military training. It is suspected that the BFF has been using rural schools all around Bergia to recruit and train students for their cause. These operations are often hidden and occur mainly in areas with a majority bloodish population, where schools opt for using the bloodish language over Swordish. Many of these communities tend to struggle with the Swordish language and become easier targets for the BFF. The situation is concerning as it involves the indoctrination and recruitment of young individuals into violent and extremist organizations. It is recommended that the government take immediate action to prevent the Bloodish Freedom Front from using schools as a tool for their recruitment efforts. But it's true. Ah, yeah, for real. Yell Sword has a briefing on the L1 construction issue, which is probably just a slowdown, if I had to guess. The L1 railway construction created the perfect opportunity to visit the Green Technological Nerve Center of Swordland. Dozens of electrical engineers from the city are part of the electrification upgrade on the rail track. The main purpose of our visit was to solve construction issues that began to endanger the deadline. The Gelsword Research Council let us use their facilities, but the rectors weren't interested in our affairs. Simon looked a little more stressed than usual. Gus was also here to find a solution. He eyed me for a while. There was also a message of support from the mayor of Anrica, Curtin Lest, who was grateful for the L1 investments. We scheduled the project to finish in late 55, but I have concerns about the construction due to progress being slower than expected. I expected some issues even before we started this. This corporation is full of fossils that don't know how to solve problems reactively. The SSC reported that they had been slowed down due to several areas on the way to Gelsword having a potential for landslides that could endanger the workers. My argument is that they should have been known about it. Do we have a case of project mismanagement? This is my theory because they knew about the zones that track passed by. The old SSC construction managers think they are untouchable and they have no obligations. One of the important issues is that their construction management team. The other could be the outdated construction methods used which to require more manpower, but we aren't sure if that contributes to the issue. State-owned corporations like them never really receive performance penalties, and that's why they are incompetent and lack responsibility. Might need more resources to speed things up. The deadline must be met. We can't let mismanagement delay the project. It is unacceptable. They aren't managing to maintain the speed of the construction with the resources given. Why should they receive more? A cash injection to hire more workers and buy more machinery could have a positive effect on the construction. Might be necessary for us to hit the opening date. Let's hope that they handle the money well. I'm still not 100% sure about this. Simone took a deep breath and continued. One way or another, we have to solve this issue. This can lead to real complications down the line otherwise. We can either give the construction managers more money, warn them, or replace them. I say we replace them with more competent managers. It should help resolve the resources being handled inefficiently. I'm just going to invest more into the construction. Give more money to construction managers so they can hire more workers and buy machinery that hit the deadline. This extra investment could just be enough to get things back on track. However, it is unfortunate we had to spend more because we need it elsewhere as well. Hello, honey love. Welcome back. Was that a good idea? It never is. Let me tell you, I can make a decision. It's not the best decision, but it is a decision. Here's that they have failed at their base contractual agreement. What a shame that we trusted them. That should be it. Good that we have figured out a way to move the process forward. The meeting ended, the three of us toured the Advanced Research and Development Divisions in Gelsword. The day-long visit ended with a dinner involving the most important people in the city. Many of them were scientists. Later, we made our way back to Wholesword. Look at us! What are you thinking? We have to invest into the rail line. We have to get this project done. We need the high-speed rail done so I can save my economy. Lashaven. Discussions of changes to the tax system. Now this could be interesting. Let's take a think. We were at the top floor of the Business Council building, which had a great view of the beautiful Lashaven. I looked outside from the tall glass windows. The Marcaean Sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was dotted with many ships towards the horizon. There were mostly cargo ships carrying precious goods in and out of Swordland. Tracing back the paths of the ship, I looked at the harbor. Lashaven was home to one of the largest harbors in the entire continent. Many dockyard workers were loading or unloading the containers. Work never stopped here. The door opened. Simon, Mikhail, and Edith entered the meeting room. Hello, Mr. President. Mr. President, so nice to see you again. Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's great to see you all again. Simon put down his bag on the table and started collecting his documents while the others slowly took their seats. Mr. President, before we start, I would like to mention some rumors that I've heard. Workers' Rights Act did not sit well with many of my business holders, especially the first section about the minimum wages. I heard the same. This has caused these businesses to lose millions of rents just overnight. Unfortunate, really, especially during a recession. What is unfortunate was that the bill was enacted this late. You're in no position to question my decision. I don't care about the rumors. If someone wanted to say something, they can say it to me directly. I'm watching you on your TV, honey love. Ah. Well, hello. Neither of them responded. Simon waited patiently. Once everyone was ready, he adjusted his glasses. Oh, what a nerd. First of all, I would like to thank everyone here for their work on our tax system reform. We all know how complicated our current system is, and this work wouldn't be possible without you. He turned to me. The ultimate goal here is to end this recession. Before we move ahead and start formulating a plan, we need to determine our direction, Mr. President. We have a few possibilities as a result of the work we have done so far. We can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for large corporations. I believe some of us in the room have a few strong opinions about this. In parallel, we can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for small and medium businesses. Let's start with the large corporations and we'll move on to small businesses. What's the outcome if we increase the taxes for large corporations? Simply put, if we increase taxes, we will have more government budget to spend, which may come in handy. On the other hand, it's not directly helping us revitalize the economy. Our government's already in debt. This might be a way to get out of that debt. I do believe that there is one way to get out of the recession. It is through the trade and the economic contribution of large corporations. Increasing their taxes will turn them on you. I will go a step further. Increasing their taxes will have disastrous effects, and it will make you an enemy of them. Trust me, Mr. President, nobody wants to make an enemy of them. Maybe you're right. It's probably better to hop on horizontal than shorts. Maybe. I'm not actually sure, Quasar. I never really know. Maybe you're right. What if we decrease the taxes for large corporations? It's not an option at this point. Our state is broke. We are barely functioning with the help of the taxes. We could balance it by increasing the taxes of small businesses. I see. I'm not sure if that's a good idea with the current state of the economy. I think this is a viable idea. Upsetting the existing balance might be less than ideal. Me too. You would have the group on your good side on top of solving the recession crisis, Mr. President. Being their ally would come in handy. Is there any downside to keeping things as they are? I am of the opinion that if we don't make any changes, nothing will change. To stop the recession, we need to do something. I think so too. Agreed. What does everybody think we should do? I don't think we can do anything at this point, although I would have preferred a decrease in taxes. It doesn't seem to be the best option. Our international trade is driven mostly by the products of these corporations. They are the backbone of our economy. Exactly. An increase should be out of the question. These companies are the backbone of our economy and are our way out of the recession. I'm ready to make a decision. Very well, Mr. President. We want to ensure the economy is on the balanced track, as further destabilization might have drastic consequences. Increase taxes for large corporations. We'll increase taxes for large corporations and balance it with a decrease for small businesses. Maintain the taxes, decrease taxes for large corporations. We'll decrease the taxes for large corporations and balance the budget with an increase for smaller businesses. I'm okay with that. An excellent decision. I agree. Thanks to this, the recession will be solved in no time. I think this will actually have negative effects on our economy. People will suffer, but anyway. Well then, I have taken note of our action and I'll put it to implementation as soon as possible. We will be increasing taxes for smaller businesses, and there will be a tax break large corporations. This will drain a lot from the smaller businesses to balance the state budget. Simon organized the stack of papers he had in front and placed them back in his briefcase. Well then, thank you everyone. This will be all for today. Good work. Good work, everybody. Destroy! We must destroy the small business sector. We will have no small businesses. We must only have large businesses. They left the meeting room. I decided to stay a bit longer. I went to the window again and kept watching the sea in silence for some time. Whoa. We're at -7. We have a minimum of -20. We'll see how it goes. Holstrun advocates for tightened immigration. Agreed. Tax increases for small and medium corporations. Ooh, a tax increase of 10%. Yes, eat shit. Tax cuts for large corporations on its way. Torn Hill School has its awards. Police shot protester. Who'd they shoot? KA was a recruit in training a few months ago deployed to the ground. But which protester? I want to know who's protesting and why. Rain is the new toy of the oligarchs. Red Youth calls for peace. Smolak threatens new military incursions targeting the BFF. Let's see. Tax breaks for private corporations. Large corporations do be creating jobs, though. Large corporations do. Where are you? Small businesses stagnant. Good. Good. Destroy them. Destroy all of them. Let the big corporations buy them up. Groony Rural Development Plan nears completion. The Groony Rural Development Plan, a brainchild. We be making a monopoly? Yes, yes! It is nearing completion in Holsor. This strategy aims to revitalize the rural economy, fortifying food security, and enhance the regional economy of Groony. The upcoming presentation of the finalized plan marks a significant milestone in the evolution of Swordland's rural development agenda. Well, let's take to the international stage then. It's almost time to do some diplomatic missions. We'll see how that goes. I would like to work with the Republic of Wayland. We'll see how it goes with Agnolia. I'm probably just gonna maintain, or probably keep it neutral. I want to side with Vogsland on the point of heliport. Rumberg has something to say. Queen Beatrice Livingston calls Swordland a threat to world peace. Us? Me? Could never, dude. Queen Beatrice Livingston appears on TV to call Swordland not just a threat to peace in Eastern Mercopa, but a threat to peace in the entire world. She condemned the riots and police violence in Swordland, also expressing her worries about the direction Swordland is headed. She urged the Rumbergian army to secure the southern border, citing violent incidents in northern Swordland. Goodness gracious. Border tired? Not yet, Graham, not yet. ATO Economic Summit in Perla, Capitalism's Diverse Forms. The ATO convened in a pivotal summit in Perla, bringing together the leaders of economic experts from member nations to address global economic developments and strategic responses. Discussions entered on economic frameworks of Arcasian capitalism and lesbian protectionism within the alliance. Arcasian capitalism, characterized by market-oriented reform policies, deregulation, and privatization, maintains strong performance across ATO nations, with an average GDP growth rate of 9.7 over the past decade, despite inflation rate at 4.6 in the last year. The lesbian model, while preserving market principles, implements strategic protective measures through tariffs and targeted trade barriers, achieving an inflation rate of 1.8% and a GDP rate growth of 6.1%. The summit facilitated integration discussions between these economic systems while respecting lesbians' firm stance on maintaining its distinct economic measures. This strategic dialogue addressed the CSP's expanding influence through the state-owned enterprise, SOE, driven investment strategies across developing and emerging nations globally. The ATO continues to adapt its economic framework to support both competitive market dynamics and measure protections that safeguard member states' critical industries while preserving the alliance's market-oriented foundation. I sort of have a different philosophy. I sort of have like a nationalized economic foundation with a little bit of foreign investment. Where he gets called a national threat, but he only has a tiny island. That's very funny, Quasar. That's very funny. Oh, Torn Hill schooling. We'll see. The Swordfish State Corporation has sent a positive report outlining that the safety issues slowing down the construction have been solved due to the allocation of new funds. The double machinery and workers helped the SSC get back on track to finish the project on time. The Ministry of Economy also confirmed the statement. Alright. Torn Hill School, Yaren. Let's take a drink. As part of the planned program, we arrived in Liaren to visit a middle school. The prestigious Torn Hill School was situated close to the suburbs just outside the city center. The building was flanked by two hills, each beautifully dotted with shrubs and flowers. Lucian, Kiara, and I got out of our cars and met at the entrance. Our presence had not gone unnoticed. Apart from our guards, there were at least 10 reporters following us around. That must be the principal. Right this way, sir. The principal was a man of short stature with a bushy mustache and a pair of glasses. He approached us quickly, but was stopped by the security guards. They started patting him down and searching him. That won't be necessary, let him through. Mr. President, such an honor to meet with you. Shake his hand and smile for the cameras. We shook hands and I turned around to smile for the cameras. Reporters instantly snapped a few photos. Welcome to our humble school. It's good to be here. Excellent. You must be Mr. Gallade. It's a pleasure to meet you. And Miss Walda. So good of you to come all the way out here. Thank you. At the entrance, the school's motto was inscribed on the wall in giant letters. Instretten sis agnisiar av garinda. Int ola amergwaltin. Int ola mexis. Education is the premise of progress in all societies and all families. We walked through the gates. There were many students lined up in front of the stairs of the main building. As we entered, the students started singing their national anthem. The principal proudly looked at them. Marvelous, my dear students. After the anthem finished, all the students immediately snapped to attention and turned to see me. Looks more like a military institution than a school. Exactly, that's what we pride ourselves on. Discipline as the utmost important in our school. Some discipline. Very good. Kiara frowned and shook her head. Glad you liked it, Mr. President. Hello, Banana. Now we will watch the students take their daily student oath. Boy and a girl went onto the stage and grabbed their microphones. The students turned towards them. I am a sword. My strength lies in my blood. I will respect our honorable elders. I will protect the young. My life belongs to Swordland now, and it will belong to it forever. I will always follow the guiding light. Of Colonel Saul and the great swords. Of Morgana Westcor, Victorn Sista. Nod at the kids. I nodded at the kids. Words to remember. What? No one even remembers it after they graduate. If you wish to follow me, we will take a look at one of our classrooms. Through the hallways, we made our way to classroom 7A. As soon as I entered, the whole classroom rose up and snapped to attention. Sit down, please. The students sat down. The same boy and girl walked up to us. These are our top students in our top class. This here is my son. The boy came before me and saluted me like a military officer. Tell Mr. President what you want to be. Mr. President, I want to be a general, sir. I'm ready to sacrifice myself for my country and you, sir. Can I just shoot this kid in the head? Good, you'll make a fine soldier in the future. At ease, General. Thank you, sir. The principal squeezed his son's shoulders and the boy looked up and smiled at his father. He patted him on the back and sent him off to his seat. The cameras flashed. This is simply ridiculous. You're raising soldiers here, not students. I am so sorry. I will immediately perform disciplinary actions. How about you, young lady? What do you think about this? She is our top student in the school. Her excellent grades are too. I didn't ask you. She bent down and gently addressed the young student. What do you think about school? What do you think about your school, just between us girls? I'm sick of having to knit and sew while the boys learn science and chemistry. I'm smarter than all of them. Why do I have to take these stupid handcraft classes? Shh, don't you know who you're talking? Shut up, let her speak. Kiara's presence had emboldened the girl. She went on. My math and reading scores are the best in the school, but they won't let me take the classes I want just because I'm a girl. I want to be a scientist, not some soldier's wife. But knitting and sewing are important skills for a woman. I applaud your determination. But knitting and sewing are important skills to have for a woman. Kiara's eyes were shooting daggers at me. She looked back at the girl. Oh, this is so cringe. I hate being sexist so much. Don't worry. We will talk to you in private later, okay? Okay. The cameras flashed once again. I looked around the classroom and saw a large portrait of Colonel Saul. Don't say anything. Well then, unfortunately, we are almost out of time. We have other meetings to attend to today. Thank you for your warm welcome. Mr. President, Lucian, please go ahead. I would like to speak with the girl alone. Very well. Thank you for your visit. Thank you for our school. Thank you for visiting our school, sir. Come on, class. 1, 2. All students in the classroom yelled, but the boy whom I met was the loudest. Amargana West Core. Vector and C-Star. Why are we even doing this agenda? We have to! We have to for the sake of socialism. Socialism can only be maintained. Women are all bourgeois, or whatever it is. Oh, fuck. After another round of photos, we departed. Agenda. President visits school in Lieren. A new star in Geralt's wine sky. Oh, a wine. Wine in Ribery, I see. Fluctuating energy prices, I'm gonna kill myself. Members of the assembly have been arrested. No way. Mikhail Mussolini, an MP from the NFP, were arrested on Tuesday for supporting the Young Swords. At least 2 other NFP members were also detained. Get them the fuck out of here. Shoot these motherfuckers. Arcasian PMC is accused of sowing discord in Eastern Xenia. Oh, no. Wait, we're going for socialism? Yes, Quasar. We're going for sexist socialism. Geralt unveils newest wine and sends a message. A famed dandelion label of Urloy, rooted in the rich viticulture legacy of Geralt of Ribery, has introduced a new wine to its esteemed collection. Mr. Hot Bellsword has sent a fine selection to the Maroon Palace and wrote a little note to accompany it. How much do you hate yourself today? Not too much. I'm just having fun in my video games. Wine, like politics, operates not on a scale of lesser or greater, but on a spectrum of nuanced complexity. The distinctions are subjective. The flavor, as variable as policy decisions. As a winemaker studies the subtle notes in each grape, a politician must examine the unique shades of each strategy. If I'm to choose between one vintage and another, between one policy and another, I'd rather not choose at all, but rather appreciate and comprehend the intricate interplay each presents. After all, the art of winemaking and indeed politics lies not in forced choices, but in understanding and celebrating the subtle complexities inherent within. This latest edition is expected to uphold the characteristic floral tones, depth, and elegance that dandelion wines are cherished for. Wine connoisseurs and industry experts await the opportunity to savor this new vintage, and its potential influence on the Swordish wine industry is a topic of considerable interest. Wow. Wow, how, ooh, taste, tasteful, a little bit of wine, Shoot that motherfucker. Alright. The CSP advocates a dissolution to MEFTIM ITZ. The CSP has called for the dissolution of the MEFTIM International Trade Zone. This strategic region in Morellan territory, and complemented by a strategically vital port, has been the joint venture of Rizian, Morellan, Lesbian, and Vogsland state corporations since the pre-revolutionary era. Yet the recent ascension of the Alma Sultana to the premiership of Morella has sparked a seismic shift in this arrangement. With staunch backing from Vogsland, Prime Minister Sultana has declared intentions to nationalize the mines and the port, a move that potentially upends the status quo and alters the trajectory of the region's economic future. This move directly challenges the interests of Rizian royal gold and by extension King Ramos Taurus of Rizia. The announcement drew immediate attention from Lesbia's Prime Minister Alvarez, an ATO stalwart, who firmly expressed his commitment to maintaining the current free market practices, heightening the tensions between the two blocs. Oh, I see, you say. Punched a tree yet? I wish I was a fish. Grab another drink. Keep knocking my pen off the table. Lyrian. Briefing at the proposal of education reform, the Lyrian State Guest House in Lyrian. We were still in Lyrian, staying at a modest guest house for state employees. Kiara set up a meeting with me and Lucian to get over her plans for education reforms after our school visit. Lucian was seated across from me at the table going through documents. Kiara entered the room. After the visit yesterday, I couldn't even sleep thinking about little boy and girl. I've never been more sure of my intentions to reform our education system. Lucian took off his reading glasses and put it on the table. I don't see what's wrong with our education system. You don't? Can't you look at it objectively and see what's wrong with it? You can't be serious. Kiara, check your tone. Would you say that to a man, Lucian? These students have to repeat the same solace propaganda every single day. They're being brainwashed at an age when their minds need to be free. On top of that, young girls are denied the same opportunity as boys. They're forced into the role of housewives before they even reach puberty. The only way people like me, Nia, Lilius, Gloria, even your wife were able to escape that because of our families were fortunate and well-connected enough to be able to educate us outside the public school system. Is that the kind of country you want your daughter to grow up in? Mr. President, we need to bring change. We need to free the minds of these young people. They are our future. Everything is fine as it is. Why change it? Oh, fuck. I don't think my words are getting through to you. Are we really fine with filling the heads of our children with solace propaganda, with teachings of girls like Diana that their only value to this country is as vessels for childbearing? You know the words of Archer S. Wishi. You know them better than I do. Education is the premise of progress in all societies, in all families. We need to reform our education system, otherwise Swordland's future is bleak. Okay, what's the plan then? You have a point. What's the plan? Ever look at trash and think it looks tasty? I'm glad you've seen reason. We need to keep the politics out of the curriculum. Saul should only be viewed as a historical figure. Children shouldn't have to repeat his name every day. This is actively poisoning young, bright minds instead of thinking for themselves. They're learning to take things at face value. We also need to ensure boys and girls receive the same instruction. Handcrafts like knitting and sewing should be taught to both sexes or not at all. Swordland's youth must be technically skilled and capable for the next decade. There won't be possible with the amount of nationalistic indoctrination and narrow-minded thinking found in schools today. Either we raise a generation ready for the challenges of the future or not. What will it be? Lucian, what are your thoughts? As much as I respect Colonel Saul, his time has passed. Now is our time. I do think this might be the first step to a larger plan. Let me think. Yeah, let's do it. You will not regret it. I will get to work immediately. Now the decision was made, let's move on. Kiara skimmed over her documents before continuing. With no change in budget, the ministry was left of its own devices. We made some tough choices but still lack the additional funds. Therefore, we are investigating if privatizing education would draw enough funds to conduct investments. What are the advantages of privatizing our education system, dude? Fuck. That's not in line with our thinking. There aren't many, but it would give us the sorely needed funds and increase competition among schools. It would go against our overall economic strategy of a planned economy. A few minutes of deliberation passed. We can manage without additional funds. The only reason I want to consider is to have more money to improve our education. So what's the decision? We'll keep education solely the matter of the state. That's not gonna happen. Sorry, girl. Mind if I call you a door? Yeah, man, I don't mind at all. Ever look at trash and think it looks tasty? Yeah, sometimes, Graham, sometimes. Will do. That should be it for now. We'll get to work and report back later. This has been a very productive day. I will be returning to Wholesword. Thank you for your time. I trust Lucian, so we'll follow up. We dispersed after spending nearly the entire day together. I took a moment simply to breathe the fresh evening air of Lyran. I felt calmer here. Somehow, I would have to return to Chaos of Wholesword soon enough. All right, modernized education techniques. We'll see. For now, I need to take a quick break. I gotta go pee again and then get another refill. I'll be right back. All right. Ooh. Let's see. Where is our country at right now? Where's our country at right now? Are we sinking it into the ocean yet? Hopefully. Greater Holsword free of protests. Oh, excellent. Gasm stagnates amid market challenges. Gibner Rain is making a mistake. President Rain will not be able to keep ruling the country without addressing policies that negatively affected our security, culture, and economy. Demonstrators have been arrested. Let's see. Our economy, tourism industry has been heavily declining. This is so sad. Education is on the reform. Modernized education techniques are approaching. Let's see. Ministry of Education has started work on education reform. Minister of Education Kiara Walda has reported that she has begun working on approved education reform. The details of the education reform will be finalized over the upcoming months. If the reform package is accepted, the next steps of this process could be to discuss the indoctrination of the education. Introduction of education. Next one's going to be at Vulcan. The Green Rural Development Investment Plan is going to be tasty. Ooh, we love a good economic injection. We love a good deficit spending, don't we, folks? When I'm going to start raiding dumpsters, Theodore? That's a good question. I don't know, but that is a good question. I need to go around. I need to find the time to go. I need to make a day of it, I think. Maybe on my next weekend. United Contania launches second satellite. In a significant technological milestone, United Contania has successfully launched a second satellite capable of facilitating radio communications. This development catapults United Contania to the forefront of space-based communication technology, enabling radio signals to be transmitted via satellite for the first time. Ooh. No other nation currently possesses this advanced capability, marking a significant achievement for United Contania. Look at them. A regional rural development proposal to improve agriculture. Dumpsters? Yeah, medkit, seems silly? No. The idea is that I'm gonna go around the city of Seattle, because I live downtown, and I'm going to, on trash day, I guess, well, maybe just before trash day, I'm gonna see if I can't break into a couple of dumpsters and then rate the contents of it. Either in taste or in texture. We'll see. The Gruni Rural Development Investment. The Gruni Rural Development Investment is a proposal by Rural Development Minister Gus Manger to bolster Swordland's rural economies and secure the nation's food sustainability. The plan envisages a judicious allocation of resources to vitalize agricultural communities, fortify food security, and elevate regional economy in Gruni. One potential strategy is the provision of subsidies for new farms, encouraging more players into the agricultural field. Alternatively, Manger proposes an investment in the mechanization of existing farms to improve productivity, or the initiation of crop research to foster innovation. I want new crops, is what I want. Machining existing farms could be good, but I would like new crop research instead. Alright. Government invests in crop research. Indeed. We want more hardy crops for the country. We love a bit of science, don't we? Meeting with Gloria Tori on planned reforms. Gloria Tori's office, Grand National Assembly of Swordland. Now, this could be tough. Tori is a tough nut to crack, but we need her on our side, so I don't know how this could possibly go. I arrived at the Grand National Assembly, which was only a 5-minute drive away from the palace. Today, I had a private meeting with the Gloria Tori, one of the leading figures of the USP. To get her approval for the proposal, she was also key in reaching... You need 150 signatures. I think I got like 113 the first playthrough I did. Signatures to propose the new constitution, as she had extensive control over our party's conservative and moderate wings. As I walked through the corridors of the Grand National Assembly, I was confronted by my memories of the historic building. Despite being a member of the assembly not long ago, it now felt like the distant past. I walked into the left wing of the assembly, which currently acted as the quarters of the USP. Gloria's office was the first one inside. I knocked on the door and entered. Good morning, Miss Tori. There she is. Good to see you here, Mr. Rain. It was a small, neatly organized office. There was a small figurines, photos, and plants around the place. It had a homey feel, unlike my own assembly office when I had worked there. On her gesture, I took a seat. The chair was very uncomfortable. How are you doing? How are you doing, Miss Tori? I'm fine, Mr. Rain. How are you? I'm very happy to see you, Miss Tori. It's been a while. I'm fine, too. Thank you. Anyway, let's keep this simple, Mr. Rain. We both know why you're here. You need my support. I reviewed your proposal in detail. It's a fine draft. Your changes aren't major enough to cause any difficulties. I believe I can give you the help you require. She repositioned herself on the chair. Just don't forget, Mr. President, the Conservatives will be expecting a lot from you. Of course. Whatever you need, Miss Tori. Good. I can get you the signatures needed for the proposal. I'll talk to the other Conservatives. I hope there won't be any surprises, though, Mr. President. Glad to hear that, Miss Tori. Oh, this is so nice. It's so nice to just have, like, really moderate constitutional reform and then walk into the office of, like, my political enemy and then them to just be like, yeah, sure, we'll do it. Of course, I can't guarantee that all the Conservatives of the party will vote for your constitutional changes. I have serious reservations about privatizing healthcare or the sort of state corporation. The support of my faction can change. That will depend to some extent on your policies, but the signatures, at least, are as good as gathered. Thank you. Which policies make you concerned? I am concerned about the oligarchs and the state of our economy. I'm worried that they influence you for their own benefit. We expect you to succeed where Alfonso failed in resisting their siren call. If you start privatizing healthcare or state-owned corporations, I doubt I can help you. Don't worry, that won't happen. Good. We're not going to privatize healthcare. We're not going to privatize state-owned corporations. She stood up. I believe I've made myself clear. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. President. I hope you'll hold your promises. She extended her hand to me for a handshake. Once I shook her hand, she immediately sat back down. But now I need to get help. I need to get back to my duties. If you'll excuse me, Mr. President. I understand. I'll leave it to you. Goodbye, Miss Tori. Thank you. She only responded with a nod as I left her office. The Conservative side was handled, but to get the 150 signatures I needed, I would still have to deal with Alvin Clavin and the reformist wing. Clavin's our boy. I went outside. Sergei drove me back to the palace where I met Lucian and told him about the progress I made with Gloria. Clavin is our boy. Let's see. BFF warns Wayland, Swordland, and Lesbia. Statement condemning the governments of Swordland, Lesbia, and Wayland for their mistreatment of bloodish citizens. We're going to shoot them all. We're going to shoot all of them. They are all going to die. Lucian offers to play chess. Spend some time with Lucian to play chess or go home to rest with the family. I will play chess. I'd rather go with Lucian. I'm going to shoot my family in the head, so... An evening chess match with Lucian Glade. Evening descended on the capital as Lucy and I found ourselves alone in my office. I followed my chief strategist's eyes to the chessboard at the coffee table. The sight of it reminded me of simpler times, of late-night strategy sessions turning into chess matches. We used to escape the political chaos into a world of rooks and bishops. Our battles were both tense and friendly, a reflection of our long history together. Lucian had always proved a challenging opponent. His strategies, both on the chessboard and in politics, had the same unpredictable edge. A soft knock interrupted my reminiscing. Olivia came in with our usual coffee. She noticed the chessboard and smiled. Long nights of strategy planning and now a game of chess. You two never stop thinking, do you? Ever been tempted to learn, Olivia? I prefer whist, Mr. President. I'll leave the complex plotting to professionals. Nice. You happen to feel silly for no specific reason? I'm dripping water down my chin because I had spilled some. Sort of. Bye, Banana. Thanks for stopping in again. She turned and left the room. Lucian acknowledged her exit with a slight nod, his eyes still fixed on the board. I hope you remember that it's not always the king who holds the power. Sometimes a well-placed pawn can change the game. Power dynamics of a chessboard can teach us a lot about politics. Wouldn't you agree, Lucian? Absolutely, and playing chess with politicians will tell you more about their goals and plans than any speech. As Lucian positioned the piece on the chessboard, it stirred memories of our early days in the United Swordland Party. His dexterous maneuvering reflected the unseen orchestration that helped Peter and me ascend through the ranks. As the final piece was set in position, the board transformed into a silent battlefield. Shall we get this game underway, Lucian? My bad for making you chuckle. Yes and no. Indeed, President Rain, a game of chess is exactly what we need. Which color do you prefer? Black as usual, or white this time? I'll take white, the honor of the first move. Black for me, I like the advantage of reacting. I can play either side, Lucian. If it doesn't matter, allow me the honor of the first move. I'll take white. With the sides chosen, Lucian sat back, his fingers laced together in contemplation, and thus the game began. Lucian moved his knight from G1 to F3, aiming for a ready opening. Interesting start, Lucian. It's not always about the center, is it? Control the center. March of the knight. In response to Lucian's attempt at the ready opening, I advanced my pawn from e5 to e7, aiming to strengthen my grip on the center. A solid move, Mr. Rain. Maintaining control of the center is often key. A few minutes passed, and a few more actions were made on the board. Lucian's next move was calculated and swift. The bishop glided from f1 to g2, preparing for a potential kingside castle and fortifying the pawn structure. Keep playing, don't comment. I kept playing without commenting. Press the center, castle kingside. I decided to mirror Lucian's strategy. Moving my king to safety, I moved my king 2 squares forward towards the rook and switched the rook to the other side, contemplating a kingside castle. With this, the stage was set. The opening maneuver had transformed into a mid-game battle of wits. Each pawn pushed, every subtle repositioning had been showing to Lucian's strategic prowess and my resilience. The next move would prove crucial. Lucian's queen cut a path through the heart of the board, menacing my vulnerable kingside. The stakes were sky high. A bold pawn advance could release my rook's potential and threaten Lucian's knight. On the other hand, I could gamble with a rummish gambit, a risky play that could wrestle control of my center away from him. Unleash the rook. With a bold stride, I advanced my pawn, ripping open the f-file. The next move took a knight from Lucian. Keep playing and don't comment. Lucian moved his rook from the corner, adding pressure on my exposed bishop. Lucian had made a bold move, pushing his pawn forward and forcing my bishop into a vulnerable position. While the urge to secure my threatened bishop was strong, an enticing opportunity also lay before me, a potential double attack on Lucian's king and rook. Do you think about bullets? I think about shooting my chief strategist all the time. Initiate the Rizian fork. I maneuvered my knight expertly, landing it in the square that posed a double threat to Lucian's king and rook. A daring maneuver under fiery pressure. You're an adept tactician, but this is far from over. In response to my knight's threat, Lucian moved out the threat, creating a barrier between my knight and his king. Keep playing, don't comment. Exploit the back rank. Pioneer pawn march. Exploit the back rank. I move my rook to the last rank, threatening Lucian's king with a potential back rank checkmate. Clever, President Rain, but did you consider all the consequences? The center was congested, a show of Lucian's unyielding style. His formation was formidable, his pieces interlocked in a matrix of support, each protecting the other while simultaneously projecting threats across the board. It was my move and the game had entered its final stages. Lucian's queen was uncomfortably close, radiating danger. I had only a few paths before me. Lucian's king stood vulnerable, but a risky move could leave my own king exposed. However, seizing the opportunity seemed worth the risk. Decoy the queen, reinforce the king. Decoy the queen. I boldly moved my queen, placing it in a position that exposed Lucian's king to a potential checkmate. A daring choice, President? It seems the end is near. If Lucian overlooked the threat I posed, victory would be mine. If he identified the trap, the game could stretch on, but the advantage would be mine. Well played, but it's not over yet. Lucian, caught in my trap, tried to navigate his king out of the danger zone. Despite Lucian's attempt to wriggle out, his king was trapped. My queen delivered the final blow, spelling a checkmate. The game was over. I'd won. It seems the king is cornered, Lucian. Good game. Checkmate, my friend. It was a battle well fought. I see no way out. Well done, Mr. President. You've earned this victory. We learned more from our mistakes. Lucy and I slowly began to dismantle the chessboard, each piece carefully placed back into its protective casing. Lucian's eyes bore a far-off look. Perhaps he was replaying the match within his mind. He picked up a knight and turned it over his hand thoughtfully. A difficult game, chess. The constant threats and counter-threats take me back to some similarly challenging times. Let's wait. Did someone spoil me on what happened at the finale of The Jungle? Oh. Quasar, Yurgis became a communist, and then it was just a lot of shouting. If you really want to know what happened at the end of The Jungle, the capitalists won. We are now in the 21st century. very much in the throes and the cusp. Not in the throes, but in the cusp of capital ownership. A difficult game, chess. The constant threats and counter-threats take me back to a more similarly challenging time. Sounds like you've had quite the complicated past. We all have our pasts, Mr. President. Mine happen to involve many moves and counter-moves, each with its own consequences. So you've seen your share of conflict. Yes, Mr. President, those were trying times for Swordland, and like many others, I was caught in the crossfire of those tumultuous years. A shadow seemed to pass over Lucien's eyes, a hint of the turmoil that still lingered in his memory. What sort of conflicts? Were you in the military, Lucien? It's not my intent to withhold information from you, but I believe we should focus on the future of Swordland and leave its history where it belongs. On that note, it's time for me to depart. I've thoroughly enjoyed our match tonight, Mr. President. Safe travels home. Win or lose, there's always something to be learned from the round of chess. Good night, Mr. President. As Lucien exited the room, the memories of our game lingered, as did the enigmatic aura of the man himself. Ooh, it's time. Oh, a meeting with Albin Clavin on planned. A meeting with Clavin on planned. I would love to promise him a position on the council. I would love to fire one of my female ministers. My economy. Oh, I'm below the bad zone. Oh shit. The stability line moved up though. Whole sword. All right, here we go. Meeting with Clavin. After our meeting with Chori, and further discussions with the party of my cabinet, it's time to call Clavin to get the reformist wing to support the proposal. I also plan to finally present a more fleshed-out proposal and declare our agenda to the party after our meeting. I walked into the left wing of the assembly and entered the quarters of the USP. When I reached the meeting hall, I saw many of our members conversing inside. After taking a glimpse inside, I went back into the corridor to look for the office of Clavin, which was surrounded the back of the place. When I reached his room, I knocked on his door and entered. Mr. President, welcome. The whole room was surrounded by bookshelves, packed with files and papers. It was a small office with books and dossiers lying on every corner. It felt claustrophobic. On his gesture, I took a seat. How is everything going, Mr. Clavin? It's been busy. The party's been working very hard, Mr. President. Thank you for asking. How's it going for you in the palace? It's pretty rough. Depends on pretty rough. At times I think of random Warhammer quotes. Well, hit me with one. I can't imagine the work you're dealing with up there. I wanted to express my gratitude for passing the Workers' Rights Act. It is one of my most comprehensive and successful political efforts. The Workers' Revolution will begin with small steps. It's the right thing to do because our workers were suffering for decades. Indeed, the people will credit your administration and the party for positive change in their lives. The businesses will share the burden with the state, but it is a change they have to abide by. I have to say, the close collaboration between the palace and the party is going well. Looking forward to what we can accomplish with the reforms. Albin smiled and knocked on wood. Anyway, sir, let's talk about the proposal. Thanks for coming here for my input because there are some subjects where Gloria and I don't see eye to eye. I have to say that most of the progressives were already starting to warm up to you. Your attempt at changing the Constitution created quite a bit of excitement. One could dare say an excitement that has been felt since the 30s. Yet there was some issues with the current status of the draft proposal, so we may need to contain our excitement a little bit longer. I suspect that Miss Tory had a lot of influence on this proposal, but I can't support this in its current state. I need your support, Mr. Clavin. A fact that I'm aware of, but at this point even my support would not be enough. What do you mean? This proposal will have hard time getting support in its current status. You surely know that. Reformers were expecting a reform about the term limits. Why is that not included in the proposal? This is only my first term. It's too soon to bring term limits. So, you also want to use the flaws of the system for your own benefit. Could you tell me what is your priority with this proposal? Limiting the legislative powers of the Supreme Court. You should have read our manifesto. Balance and divisions of powers. Fair enough. And there is more. I thought there would be some reform about the extensive decree powers. He stared directly into my eyes. There isn't going to be a lot of reforms about the decrees. Look, we need the decrees to pass further reforms. I can't give everything away. You should at least do something about term limits. That's a no. That's a shame. He looked down at the proposal. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. But unfortunately, Mr. President, this is not enough. Either we change more, or perhaps there's something else you can offer me. Oh, sure, I'll offer you something else. I could offer him something else. There we go. I'm all ears. How about a position on the cabinet? If you give us your support, you'll be my VP next cabinet. Yes, we can give him VP. That would be awesome. If you give us your support, you'll be VP on my next cabinet. An interesting proposal. One that's very hard to turn down. He didn't die at the end of the book. I really wanted him to die, Graham. The problem is that Sinclair comes from like a mid-19th. He's writing from like a middle 19th century proposal. And what that means is that there's a lot of energy in the air for revolution. There's a lot of optimism in revolution because of something like the Soviet Union. You have like the Russian Revolution happening. You have a bunch of not the Soviet Union, that happens later on, but you have many things happening. You have a lot of like revolutionary firmament. You have the Roosevelts coming to power. You have a lot of change. These things are very like tangible. And when you write, you can feel that optimism in the air. There's literally tangibly evil effects happening within capitalism that can be written about and shown to people, and they can obviously look at that and be like, that's bad. The problem is that the Reds lost, and we got modern society. So it's hard to be optimistic about a revolution. It's hard to end a book about the sufferings and awfulness of capitalism on a positive note of like revolution. But where Sinclair is coming from, there's a promise of, not necessarily a promise of, but there's an energy that people are willing to die for a belief in something like socialism and something like communism, I mean, no more than in like the middle 19th century that socialism and communism's numbers, especially in like America's like political parties, were swelling. They were just increasing. They were going up compoundedly. You had to have optimism because that's what was happening. And then, all the workers got shot in World War I, and then after World War II, the Red Scare happened and all the workers got shot again. The workers have just been constantly getting shot over and over and over, so you couldn't write a book like The Jungle in modern day period, not because you couldn't see the indecencies of capitalism, but because you couldn't have the positive air of a movement, I mean, everybody knows that this society sucks and is shit to live in. That's not fucking new. But nobody believes in anything, so it's hard to write optimism. You like talking about that often? I do. I mean, I talk about it with my coworkers all the time. They know how fucking shitty this society is. It doesn't take much. You can just walk outside and see a homeless person. It's not tough, You can think about your own life and how bad it is. It's not exactly I'm not making a foreign suggestion by saying the modern world kind of sucks to live in. But it's hard to be optimistic about it. Because it's hard to know where to put any energy or do anything. Especially now that I think we align, Mr. President. There we go. Can I hold you to that promise? Of course, I'm a man of my word. I don't intend to run with Peter again. It'll be you, I promise. I'm going with Clavin for sure. Good, then it seems like we have a deal. I will talk to my guys shortly. I'll have your signature soon. Thank you, Mr. Clavin. See you in the conference, Mr. President. I left this room and went back into my quarter. The meeting had exhausted me. I went to the restaurant of the assembly to get something to eat while conversing with other members of our party. I saw Albin talking to his people in the distance. After a while, the preparations for the conference began, and I went back into the conference hall and prepared my notes for the speech I was going to make. It took time to get all the present members of the party inside the hall. Gloria Tori announced to me from the stand. I walked up to the stand as everybody in the room started clapping. Ladies and gentlemen of the party, dear members of the assembly, brothers and sisters of United Swordland, I came here today to announce the agenda for the future of the economy. I started my speech with the reasons the changes to the Constitution. Our system of institutions have increasingly become under the Supreme Court. The people of Swordland have spoken. They blame our institutions and our systems and want change. Can you blame the people? Haven't we had enough of the flaws of our Constitution? We must listen to their wishes and their trust in Swordland, and bring their trust in Swordland back. Sometimes it sucks to be conscious about society, all good? Yeah. I paused as they started clapping and continued. Talk about democracy. Talk about why USP needs this to survive the next election. Talk about the old guard and the Supreme Court. Talk about, I brought attention to democracy and why we must write a more democratic constitution. I explained how our proposal will fix the issues. The left side of the hall where Albin sat started clapping. Later I explained the contents of the new constitution and asked for their full support on the proposal. Asked for their votes. I asked for each and every member's vote to make the change together. The reformist wing on the left stood up and started clapping loudly with Clavin made a sign. Soon after, most of the party members stood up and joined in. I saluted everybody in the room one last time and bid them farewell before leaving the stand. I walked outside the assembly and back into the palace. Dude, this fucking reform is going to pass. We are going to pass constitutional reform. I'm not going to get my ass chewed out by fucking Tarkeen Sol the second he steps onto the floor. It's over, dude. Let's fucking do this. The president meets, and we get a new vice president. I don't have to walk into the next fucking term with my head up my ass because Vector decided to get drunk. President meets with the USP. Hello, stirs. What's poppin'? The balance of power in Eastern Mercopa. It's time for a little more foreign affair touch, I think. We'll see. I'm ready for this train. I'm excited for this train to get done. That's what I'm excited for. How's the economy doing? Still in danger. We're all dead. We're all dead. We're all dead. We're all dead. The whole Sword Post has posted nothing on the matter. Archaic state of Swordland's conscription laws. Reign to meet with Smolak and Van Horten. Benfey, infrastructure on full capacity in Benfey. The bustling city of Benfey is facing infrastructural challenges as its airport and port facilities are at full capacity due to high volumes of logistics and touristic travel. The situation is raising concerns over the ability to sustain the growth demand without causing delays and disruptions. Infrastructure expansion and modernization are being considered to resolve the issue. Is the nation failing? Slowly but surely, Quasar. Slowly but surely. We're almost there. We're trying to turn Swordland into a third world state amongst states. Well. Ministry of Health discusses privatization. That's not happening, by the way. The Ministry of Health has begun working on a health report with a proposal to allow privatization in the health system to potentially generate new resources for the ministry. Minister Beinwall is personally overseeing the discussion and the report with top aides, including members of the National Business Council. Superpowers offer aid. United Cantania and Arcasia have proposed a significant financial aid package for Swordland. This assistance is conditional on certain concessions pertaining to Swordland's strategic military installations. Specifically, United Cantania is seeking docking privileges on the Conriat naval base, as well as transit rights through the Swordish territorial waters for its naval vessels. On the other hand, Arcasia is requesting landing rights at the Araloy Air Force Base. Beyond that, they are asking for permission to conduct occasional Air Force rotations within Swordish airspace. This quid pro quo arrangement, while offering substantial financial benefits, would increase the military presence of both United Cantania and Arcasia within Swordland, marking a significant shift in the region's geopolitical landscape. We will be leading towards United Cantanian aid. Let those motherfuckers dock in Conrad. Threaten those rich motherfuckers. Is the nation nationing? The nation is nationing more than anything. Back prob. United Cantania given naval base access. United Cantania naval visits. Let's see. United Cantanian aid. They gave us a three tick into the budget. That keeps us afloat a little longer. We're doing the classic capitalist thing of just kicking the can down the road as far as the economy goes. It honestly is not my problem. Let's see. Condemnation from Arcasia. Arcasia has publicly criticized the recent financial agreement between Swordland and the UC. President Walker accused President Rain of enabling the CSP's interference in Eastern Mercopan activities. The Arcasian president has pledged to protect the interests of the ATO, asserting his readiness to counter any perceived encroachment of millennialism. Not my fucking problem. The R8, the Religious Harmony Bill. In endeavor to promote religious harmony and unity, the Grand National Assembly introduces the Religious Harmony Bill, establishing regulations for religious affairs across Swordland. Section 1 of the RHB mandates that all sermons conducted during the Day of Dissension ceremony at the Archsanctuary of Dare will henceforth be held in Swordish language. This move is aimed at promoting inclusivity and common understanding among worshippers. Section 2 regulates the language of sermons in other sanctuaries across Swordland. It prohibits the use of bloodish for sermons unless explicit approval has been obtained by the Archpriest of Swordland. This measure ensures consistency and unity in religious practices across the country. The RHB sets forth new regulations for priests seeking state-sanctioned positions. It requires that all applicants must have a Swordish lineage to be eligible for their salaries and pensions. Oh shit. This criterion ensures a deeper connection with the Swordland's cultural heritage among the religious leaders of the country, and we will sign this into power. We will have one religion. Ooh, restrictions on religious practice. Religious harmony bill signed into practice. Rain attacks the holy day of dissension. That's right. We're Desneritists. What can restriction on religious practices? We're fucking Desneritists, man. We're Neritists. What can be said? What can be said? Erloy private party at the Gentleman's Club, the villa of Peter Vectern at Erloy. Alright, Peter. Alright, Peter. Far from becoming accustomed to my workload as president, I only felt more and more snowed under as weeks passed. It'd been ages since I had any time to myself. I was starting to lose my focus, and my temper was growing increasingly thin. Peter was the first to realize I needed a break. Gotcha, Medkit. Have a good one. After much cajoling, he finally persuaded me to come to a meeting of his new venture, Gentleman's Club. For the past few weeks, he'd been hosting a salon of sorts, not just for politicians and businessmen, but also for artists, entertainers, people of taste. He told me with a smile on his face. There was only one rule: no wives or girlfriends allowed, hence the name. And so I found myself in front of his new luxury villa in Erloy. Very loud jazz music emanated from inside. I waited and waited. Finally, Peter opened the door. I could smell the whiskey on his breath. Anton, finally! Now the real party can start. Come on in. As soon as I entered, Peter closed the door and turned to the small crowd. Gentlemen, a minute of your time, please. I now had the privilege to present to you the man himself, the 4th President of Swordland, Mr. Anton Rain. I'd known him for long enough to understand that he was more than a little drunk. He made an elaborate mock curtsy as I passed him and walked into the room. The music stopped and I felt everyone's eyes on me. Good evening. Good evening. Peter nodded at me and turned to the attendees. Dear members, please give a warm welcome to our very special guest. If I may, Anton, here, take this. He handed me a glass of whiskey and put his hand on my shoulder. We all know why we're gathered here tonight. To celebrate life, to have a brief escape from our tumultuous professions. I personally don't know any better cure for stress than a little drink. Raise your glass. Now, the tradition dictates that as club president, I have to remind you of our house rules. There are 3. No politics, no wives, no one sober. Cheers. What do you think about cooking in front of people? I've done it before, Graham. It is kind of nerve-wracking. Peter drank the whiskey in his glass in one go. Sip my whiskey. I took a sip from my whiskey. Anton Rain might have the power to make presidential decrees, but I, Peter Vectern, the president of this club, now declare this party started. Music, go! The band started up again. After greeting the crowd around me, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Let me show you around. We walked through the corridors of his mansion. Statues and paintings lined the stark white walls. An arched window provided a view of the neatly manicured grounds, complete with a swimming pool. A grand lesbian marbled staircase led up to the 2nd story. Peter gestured at the massive crystal chandelier hanging overhead. That chandelier was made in the 18th century. Can you believe it? There's even a hedge maze in the garden. How are you paying for all this? What's the story behind the chandelier? I don't know, and I don't care. It just looks expensive and I like it. I'll let you in on a secret. Gus Manger has a lot of contacts in real estate. He brokered an amazing price for me. He'll also be here tonight, by the way. Gus, the wheeler and dealer, will be right at home at a party like this. Perfect. I've been looking for a chance to speak with him about investment opportunities. He'll have a once-in-a-lifetime deal ready for you. He always does. So is this game just a choose your journey book? It is, Greasy. It is indeed, Greasy. It is just a choose your own journey book. And politics. Yeah. We continued walking until we circled back where we had started. So what do you think about my little hideaway? Not bad. Not bad at all. It's amazing. Not bad at all. And death, yeah. We get... okay, with the way we're playing this, it's pretty subtle so far, but it's very easy to wind up dead. And I have wound up dead a few times, I think. Monica and the kids are always welcome here. Anyway, let's get back to the party. I arranged for some caviar to be brought in from Lesbia. You're gonna love it. He opened the door to the main hall, and we rejoined the other guests. The music was louder now, and the mood decidedly more inebriated. Cocktail waitresses were carrying around plates of canapes, wearing dresses that left little to the imagination. So this is what you've been hiding from Evelyn. No one is hiding anything. She knows how important it is for men like us to blow off steam once in a while. He averted his gaze for a second before calling over one of the waitresses. She was in her mid-20s, wearing red lipstick, her blonde hair neatly tied into a ponytail. On her plate were toast points slathered in the lesbian caviar Peter had mentioned. I took a bite. It was rich, salty tasting of pure seaside. I could almost hear the sound of the waves and seagulls. Lesbian caviar, best in the world. I'm telling you, Anton, there are few pleasures in life that are like this. As the waitress left us to serve another attendee, she flashed a quick smile at Peter over his shoulder. He smiled back a little too broadly. Sensual. His eyes were still fixed on her with an expression I remembered from our many nights out together as students. Oh look, there's Gus. Why don't you go talk to him? I'll be back in a minute. Where are you going? Oh, just to the washroom. See you shortly. He left the room and I headed over to Gus. Gus Manger was standing next to a couple of men that I recognized as banking industry magnates. As I approached, all of them turned to me and bowed their heads. Mr. President, a toast to our new member, everyone. Gus and I clinked our glasses as the people around us raised theirs. How long have you been a member? Since the beginning. It's a fun gathering and quite lucrative at times. You might have heard from Peter that I arranged the deal for this mansion. He also told me that you might be interested in potential opportunities as well. This. He opened his arms, gesturing at the opulent surroundings. Let's take a walk. The balcony has an amazing view. View of Erlery. We left the room and made our way to the balcony. On the way, he took out 2 cigars and held one out for me. No thanks. I turned the cigar down. Gus lit up his own and started smoking. We went out to the balcony. All of Erlery was at our feet. From this vantage point, I was able to see how expensive the building plot was. The swimming pool and the hedge maze were visible from here. Leaning over the railing, I admired the view for a moment before Gus spoke up. I know you're wondering about the deal Peter made. In a nutshell, thanks to my network, he was able to procure his house for half the asking price, which would have been impossible under any sort of circumstance. I would be delighted to discuss similar arrangements with you. In fact, I have prepared a document with my own personal favorite opportunities. Your willingness to invest in Gasm showed you were a man after my own heart. I'd love to talk about how my network can benefit you personally. I'm glad my investment decisions are paying off. Cheers to investments paying off, then. He downed his whiskey. Let's talk about the details, then. Gus opened his briefcase, pulled out a thin dossier he showed me. My first offer is, of course, real estate. There is a vineyard close to Erlery, about 1 hour drive from here. That also includes a very large villa. A beautiful plot, but rather neglected, so there would be a fair amount of renovation costs. On the bright side, you would be able to produce your own wine. The previous owner was Geralt of Ribery, a world-renowned vitier. There's also the option of a football partnership. I already owned a large portion of FC Enrica, and I'm doing my best to make them champions. Buying in would be more expensive than the vineyard, but this season will bring a lot of returns. I'm quite positive. Give me the word and I will start the procurement process, but we must act quickly as these options might soon disappear off the market. Oh, I'll buy, it sounds peaceful and quiet at the vineyard. I'll take it. Yeah, I bought Geralt Hot's Bella Scords, winery in Elroy. The vineyard in Erlery. I've always wanted to own my own wine, and it sounds peaceful and quiet. Excellent. We'll start the process right away. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. President. He left to rejoin the party. Alone on the balcony, I looked out over Erlery. Suddenly, I heard a rustling over the hedge maze below. I looked down and saw a silhouette. 2 silhouettes, actually. So close together, they seemed to be entangled. I squinted and tried to get a better look, but it was definitely 2 people kissing, but I couldn't see either of their faces. I returned to the party and spent some time mingling with the other guests, engaging them in small talk about their businesses, their children, their relationships. I realized it had been a while since Peter left. I looked around but couldn't find him. Instead, my eyes landed on Ewald Alfonso. Well. With a smile, the former president walked over to meet me. Mr. Alfonso, I didn't know you were a member of Peter's Club. I'm not. Gus and I were having a business dinner, and he convinced me to come along afterwards. I saw you speaking to Mr. Manger earlier. You offered me a lucrative investment opportunity. Yeah, he and I are going into business together. Always nice to get to know one's ministers outside the Maroon Palace. We had a good chat together back in Narvel, as I recall, resulting in your very wise decision to invest Swordish money in Gasm. We're seeing growing interest from international investors. By the way, I'm optimistic about the results of Swordland's investment. Terrific. I'm looking forward to a big payoff. I'm glad Swordland can help your company thrive. Looking for a big payoff. I can't tell you for sure how big it'll be, but our projections are looking good. Just then, Peter came up from behind us and threw an arm around each of our shoulders. Look at you two, Swordland's bright future and its ancient past. Behave yourself. It's an hour. It's been an hour. Where were you? I told you, the washroom. Trust me, you'd rather not know the details. Well, Mr. Alfonso, I've been enjoying my hospitality. Alfonso smiled politely. Indeed I have, Mr. Vector. You put together one hell of a gathering. Hair getting in my face again? No, I use hairbands. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna have a quick word with the CEO of Swordish Petroleum. Oh, he's here too? What a party. Alfonso gave a brisk wave and walked off. Sword Petrol. Peter shifted his weight unsteadily. Nice guy, a shitty president, but a nice guy. Why didn't you tell me all the Fonzo was coming? I didn't know. Gus brought him along, and when a former president of Swordland knocks on your door, you can't exactly turn him away. So I'm always happy to see him. It's definitely a surprise. That's what I'm aiming for with these parties, all kinds of unexpected, stimulating encounters. He contorted the side of his face in an attempt at a wink. Now, who wants a drink? Besides me, of course. He poured us 2 large glasses of whiskey, and we drank them in one go. Throughout the party, we drank and drank, just like old times. I woke up the next day with a pounding headache and more than a few regrets. My recollections of the evening were hazy, but there was one important detail that kept coming back to me. The red lipstick on Peter's collar. But maybe my memory was playing tricks on me. He do be fucking, and he's gonna get fired for treason. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to have a new vice. BFF poisons Swordish schools. A burden on the taxpayer. President Rain, the Great Divider, decided that he will sign the religious harmony bill proposed by Keebner. Well, Keebner's no enemy. He's just Hitler. That's all there is to it. Don't be fooled by the name. Peter Vectorin throws lavish party. Police violence in the old capital. Indeed. Oh, fuck, dude. They're falling apart over here. The special zone is such a pain in the ass. Protest for bloodish rights. A massive protest against the Swordish language bill has been raging in the city of Uzrian since yesterday morning. Local police are trying their best to disperse the crowd. So far, the protests have been non-violent. Sarna? The BFF and Bloodish education in Bergia. Governor Felix Braun reports the discovery of Bloodish Freedom Front, propaganda in most schools that teach in the Bloodish language. This highlights the BFF effort to recruit and radicalize young people in Bloodish majority areas. The government is urged to take immediate action to address the BFF's recruitment strategies and prevent further radicalization of young people. Governor Braun asked the lawmaker to introduce a ban on the Bloodish language as a primary education camp language and asked the government to properly enforce the national language of Swordland to everybody. Ooh, HCU fire investigation suspended. A lack of further evidence from the investigation into the fire that occurred at Holsword State University archives has caused the case to be suspended until further notice from the police, and Sid, the cordon has been lifted. Holsword posts connection to Young Swords. Chief of Police Carl Grieger reports that the Young Sword sympathizers, as well as several old members of the terrorist organization, are currently working for the newspaper Holsword Post. Investigations are underway. Dang, really? What a pain in the ass. We're gonna shut down a whole newspaper. Holsword Post, see ya. A briefing on the status of immigration regulation. Here we go. We're tighten that bitch. We were in the middle of a meeting in the palace about our immigration policy. The ensuing discussion quickly became heated. I don't think so, Mr. Wishi. It just doesn't make any sense to me that a foreign citizen should become a Swordish citizen in Swordland. Well said. My analysis is also in line with this, especially during the economic recession. We're giving Swordish jobs to migrants from other countries. What about our own people? Immigrants are the reason our economy is not completely unsalvageable. Look at Ignolian immigrants in Agonland. They have revitalized the whole region and in turn boosted the economy of the entire country. Simone can attest to that. Statistically speaking, allowing immigrants to become part of the workforce contributes to our economy, but I agree that the current situation is very nuanced. With that said, we can't just tighten our immigration policy and expect the economy to stay the same. We need to put our economy and the recession at the forefront. Thankfully, we have just started receiving financial aid from United Cantania. I can't believe we're accepting financial aid from communists. What's next? Letting a child murderer buy us lunch? Cantanian warships in Conriat. My father would be rolling in his grave. We need to be friendly with our potential allies. Allies? With those communists? I'd rather die. Well said, Mr. Lancea. Gentlemen, can we please get back on topic? Right, sorry, Mr. Wishi. As I was just saying before I was interrupted, look at the superpowers. Do you see them closing off their borders? Why do you think their economies are in such good shape? They're in the current state because they welcome immigration and they use it to their advantage. Swordish citizens must come first. Exactly, our citizens should never feel threatened by foreigners. We need a decision, but before we move on, Mr. President, do you have any questions about the current state of immigration? What is the current legal status of immigrants? Currently, all accepted immigrants are given a work permit on arrival so that they can work and contribute to the economy of Swordland. There is currently no limit on the number of immigrants accepted, however, the number has remained stable over the past years. Despite the laws, the fact is many immigrants illegally work for corporations. That is the main issue with immigration right now, not the immigration itself. Nonsense. If not for the unlimited amount of immigration, we wouldn't be in this state. How many immigrants live in Swordland? Official numbers show that we have anywhere between 2 or 3 million immigrants residing in Swordland, even excluding the countless undocumented aliens in our midst. That is a very substantial amount. The primary issue is the strife they cause between less fortunate Swordish citizens and themselves. Including them in the workforce would benefit everybody, including unemployed Swords. More taxes means more services. How do immigrants usually arrive? There are 3 major paths they choose. The first one is through Agonland, the Agonland and Agnolia border. The second is Bergia to Wayland border, and the third is the Lauren coast. Agnolians are the largest group. It's a light border over there, although recently political fugitives from Bogsland have been crossing the Grey Sea by boat to land on our coast. Politically persecuted Wejek refugees tend to use the dangerous mountain passes as a Wayland border. Many of them also have bloodish blood. This is significantly increasing the blood populace inside Bergia. Let's move on so we can be done about immigration situation. Very well. Weishi opened his dossier stamped with the seal of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Before we make any decisions, I have to remind you. During the election, we promised to tighten immigration laws. Of course, as you know, I was, and I still am, against it. I agree with David. We can turn immigration to our advantage from a financial standpoint. Advantage? You should go over the amount of disadvantages caused by immigrants. I can provide you with the report from a ministry later. Believe me, it would surprise you. We need to keep our promises and focus on our own citizens. This is what I think. David sighed wearily. This is going nowhere. We decide to tighten immigration. What does that entail? We would have to impose quotas and, connected to that, stricter border control. On top of that, allowing our economy to take a hit. Mr. Hall, surely the well-being of our citizens and our internal security will more than compensate for any downturn in the markets. Agreed. So our citizens should take priority. What are the consequences of keeping our immigration policy relaxed? Aside from keeping us on the path to prosperity, modernity, and continuous improvement, not much. Our current system is good for our era. We also have the capacity. This will allow us to continue protecting investments from foreign countries, which in turn will keep our trade steady. We would be more trustworthy partners. Stability draws money. Stability? What stability? We've already seen clashes between our people and foreign interlopers. On the contrary, the only way we can achieve stability is through tightening our immigration policy. You heard the lady. Swordland first. I'm ready to make a decision. Yes? Everyone leaned forward, eager to hear my response. We keep the immigration laws relaxed. We'll tighten our immigration laws. I'll sign the decree soon, so be prepared to start working on it, Mr. Weishi. It is unfortunate to see Swordland move in this direction, but I trust you have good intentions. I'll move ahead with this implementation. This has a chance to affect our trade negotiations with Agnolia negatively. They expect us to respect the flow of people. Indeed, it will be a challenge to convince these countries as they see our borders close. Not only that, we've already slighted Wayland in the past. They might see this as a return to the 30s, which will definitely affect our negotiations. I wouldn't worry too much about that too much. With how Wayland is dealing with the bloodish terrorists, I would argue that President Smolak would beg us to tighten our immigration. With that said, I don't fancy Wayland as a partner since they are as reliable as flopping fish out of water. I'm against isolationism. It is the wrong path. We can't let internal policy be decided by foreigners. Swordland always comes first. Both can be a factor in decision-making. We shouldn't forget about the immigrants who live here. Disappointing, really. Anything else need to be said? Thank you for your contributions. Let's wrap this up. Ooh, we're shooting at immigrants now. The ministers gathered their documents, rose from their chairs, some with frowns on their faces. I'm looking forward to the upcoming trade talks. Peter and I have been visiting Stoutport and Ralkwitz in preparation. I'll be coming along to talk with the economy minister, looking forward to a potential partnership. If we are finished, I need to head off and get the ministry to work on the new policy. Same here, our border units need to be informed and prepared. Yes, we are finished. The ministers dispersed. Ooh, streamlined immigration. Nationwide protests have been quelled and a tightened immigration policy. Let's see, streamlined immigration. Nationwide protests have been quelled. Tightened immigration. News! President Rain sells Swordland for money. Recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Swordland would be accepting financial aid from United Contania, a huge step backwards in ending the recession. Swordland tightens up on immigration. That's right. Central Bank drafts economic recovery proposal. In an effort to mitigate economic damage, Wholesword Central Bank is working up a new proposal. The plan comprises several measures, including the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves, the adoption of the cautious fiscal policy, and increased support for export-oriented industries. The bank's initiative forms a crucial part of the broader strategy to stabilize Swordland's economy. Do I hate a character yet? Let me see. Well, Yosef killed me last time. All the women in my cabinet, I guess. Benfey High Arts Center, that's our next go-to position. Erzan Golcondas rally against Swordland. A recent religious rally by the Golcondas turned into a political demonstration against Swordland and its constitution. The rally, which was initially intended to be a peaceful gathering, quickly escalated into a protest against the Golcondists see as an unjust and evil government. The sect's leaders have been actively promoting those views to their followers who have been receptive to their message. The government is urged to monitor the activities of the Golcondists and take appropriate action to prevent further escalation of tension and violence. In my own cabinet? Let me think. David, I think, eventually dies. Let me see. I don't really hate any character. I guess not this run. I guess ideologically I kind of hate all of them. Because they're all either, like, liberal or fascists. Chancellor Ainos Ardriner emphasizes neutrality. Chancellor Ainos has publicly supported Swordland's sovereignty amid ongoing attempts by superpower alliances to exert influence. Kairut, maintaining its neutral stance, emphasizes the importance of independent decision-making for Swordland Nation, for the Swordish Nation, and advocates for peace, stability, and autonomy in its affairs. Fuck you, Iceland, Greek Iceland. Lesbia is worried about the United Catanian base. Prime Minister Alvarez has criticized Swordland by accepting financial aid for United Catania. He blames Swordland for opening a gateway for United Catania to expand their influence on the Mercopan continent. That's good. We want them here. Vogsland warns against Swordish privatization. Chancellor Emmerich Hegel has voiced his concerns over potential privatization measures being considered in Swordland. The Chancellor, a strong proponent of Vogslandian socialism, cautioned against the dangers of unchecked capitalism, citing the risk of increasing wealth inequality and social instability. He expressed a desire for Swordland to consider a more equitable approach to economic development, perhaps taking cues from Vogsland's own socialist policies. Hegel further stated that Vogsland would remain supportive of Swordland as long as the well-being of its people is prioritized. We'll see. Benfey High Arts Center, Benfey. Alright, hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee again. I've been peeing all day. Jeez. Alrighty, let's keep going. Ooh, excited. Exciting how fast we're getting through the game. I'm in love. Alrighty, let's go. Our motorcade slowly made its way toward the magnificent Benfey High Arts Center. Night was falling and the festival was about to begin. I flipped through the brochure that had been given to us at the hotel. On the front page, there was a face of Corton Lest, a mayor of Anrica. He was a Benfey native who had a long-standing relationship with the city's current mayor, had been personally invited to make tonight's opening speech. The Benfey Festival was one of the biggest events of the year. It originally marked the start of the annual religious pilgrimage, a weeks-long journey still undertaken by devout nearists. But today, it was better known as a cultural celebration that drew thousands of revelers to the city. There were film screenings, concerts, theaters, and dance performances, art exhibitions, and celebrity-studded nightly galas. The opening ceremonies were broadcast on TV and watched by millions. As the car slowed, a coterie of reporters and security guards rushed to meet us. I turned my attention to Monica. Since I'd refused to let her make the opening speech, her attitude toward me had changed. She now only spoke to me if I asked her a question or if it was something important concerning the children. Say nothing. I said nothing and waited for Sergei to open the door. As soon as Sergei opened the door, we were enveloped by the roar of a crowd. The next few minutes were a blur of handshakes, photos, and reporters' questions. The onlookers cheered as we walked the red carpet to the newly built arts center. We followed the guards through the cavernous white halls until we came to a set of arched doors leading to the auditorium. We waited outside as security did a quick sweep of the area, then headed in. Nothing much to say. Never is, Graham, there never is. I've been asked to make a quick set of remarks introducing Kurt and Lest. I beckoned Monica to join me on the podium. I'm gonna find my seat. Monica brushed past me, took her seat in the front row, and crossed her arms. I walked alone to the podium. I spoke for just a minute, reading a paragraph from my speechwriter had churned out about the importance of the festival and Benfey to Swordland. I concluded by inviting Kurt and Lest, the mayor of Amrika, to the podium. I stepped down and joined Monica in the front row. Her arms were still folded. Welcome to the first day of the Benfey Festival. He paused for a moment to let the crowd cheer, and his eyes briefly met mine. I nodded. This is a night for the people of Benfey indeed, for the people of Swordland, to put aside their differences and come together in celebration. Yet, as we unite for the festivities, we must remember the real reason we're gathered here. The crowd fell silent. The people were giving their full attention to what he was about to say. The festival was founded around the principles of our cherished religion, Nurity. Yet over the years, it's been severed from its sacred roots and become something else, something more perverse. An excuse for public drunkenness and grotesque displays of the flesh. On occasion, an occasion for young women to parade their bodies and engage in lascivious behavior. As he went on, I could see Monica become increasingly agitated. What the hell is he talking about? Lascivious behavior? What century does he think we live in? Pretend not to hear. Monica turned back to watch the speech, a frown on her face. Perversion hidden under the guise of art is not befitting of a beautiful city of... The crowd was becoming restless. Many of the younger attendees were murmuring in disagreement, while a few of the older ones were nodding vigorously. As I said, perversion hidden under the guise of art is not enough! The hall fell silent. Monica rose and continued. Mr. Lest, it's not young women who are disgraced to this fine festival, but you. You and your backwards puritanical attitudes, which have been holding this country back for far too long. Watch the events unfold. I stayed in my seat and watched the events unfold. Monica turned to face the audience, speaking loud enough to be heard without a microphone. Women of Swordland, we must not let people like Mr. Lest use religion as a justification to demean and oppress us. Our time has come. Shocked gasps ran through the crowd. A few people rose and applauded. Kurt and Lest waited to speak. I think Miss Rain is forgetting her place. What do you think my place is, Mr. Lest? The kitchen? This festival is not about your retrograde traditions. We're living in modern times now. It's 1954. And it isn't your place to decide how the people of Benfey, especially the women, should be celebrating their festival. Do nothing. Is socialism hard to get in this game? I guess, Quasar. I mean... I don't know what you mean by that. Do nothing. I'm not gonna do anything. I kept watching in silence. I looked at the podium to see Kurt and Lest's piercing gaze on me. There would surely be a price to pay for this. Mr. President, could you please control your wife before she embarrasses herself any further? I'm so sorry about this, Mr. Lest. Please finish your speech. Thank you, Mr. President. Benfey has always been a beacon of culture, tradition, and religion. Many battles have been fought over this precious city. Army after army has tried to claim it for their own, but we fought back and won each time. We stand here thanks to the strong men who were able to protect their families, their lands, their way of living. Every day I praise God that we have succeeded so far. Scattered applause broke out from some of the older members of the audience. I leaned over to Monica. He's a bit extreme, but he's right. We owe everything to God. I praise God. He's only allowed to speak for another 2 minutes. He's a bit extreme, but he's right. We owe everything to God. Monica said nothing, her gaze fixed forward. Yet the traditions that form the very fabric of our society are being tested, even as I speak. He looked pointedly at Monica. We must stay true to our values so that Swordland can prevail, so that Benfey can prevail. With these at the forefront, I am convinced that Swordland will continue to be the greatest nation of the world. I invite every single one of you to celebrate our roots and our traditions at this holy Benfey festival. I hereby declare the festival open. Praise God, praise Swordland, praise Benfey. A Morgana Westcor. Vector and Sista, most of the people in the hall finished the decades-old saying, including me. Monica's lips moved, but she didn't say the words out loud. He excited the stage as the band struck up the official festival anthem. I spent the rest of the evening alternatively watching the festivities and conversing with local politicians. By the time we got back to the hotel, I was exhausted. But thanks to the festivities still raging outside and the sound of Monica tossing and turning beside me, I couldn't sleep at all. I put a new body on the geopolitics. Wayland deployed special forces to Vernon. Vernon is right next to us. Suzerain. Refugees of Vernon. Reports from our border in the Wejek city Vernon shows that there are about 1,000 people running away from the Wejek military force towards the Sordish border. Protests and looting. Protests and the occasional looting continues in the region of Nargis. The police reports that the violence has been minimized and the situation is mostly under control outside the big cities. A stored police force report that several militants have been hiding among the protesters and are being watched closely. Read the report. The governor of Bergia reports hundreds of BFF collaborators. Jesus Christ, dude. The governor of Bergia, Felix Braun, suspects that hundreds of Bloodish Freedom Front collaborators are living inside Dare, posing a significant threat to national security. To counter this threat, the governor has proposed a series of measures, including increased surveillance and intelligence gathering, as well as the deployment of additional security forces to the area. Due to the extra authority vested upon him as the governor of the special zone, some of these measures can be implemented by the governor inside Bergia without the approval of the central government. The governor has also suggested that community members be encouraged to report any suspicious activities or individuals, and that the government offer incentives for information leading to the capture of BFF members. The proposed measures raise concerns about potential violations of civil liberties, and it is recommended that the government follow the actions of the governor closely to ensure that he does not violate his authority as the governor of the special zone. The WPB protests the bill. Spokesman Elijah has condemned the decision to sign the Religious Harmony Bill and organized a huge rally in the city of Dare to protest the newly signed law. The protest has pulled in thousands of people from many different political movements. Local police report that they are watching the situation closely, and so far no attempt to incite violence has occurred. Alright, residents of the President of Swordland Holsor, downtime at home. It felt like an eternity since the Benfi Festival. Had it really only been less than 24 hours? I was at home now, drinking an afternoon coffee on my balcony, a stack of newspapers lay by my side. I picked them up one by one, reading and rereading the articles about the festival. Some of the newspapers were merciless against Monica for interrupting Curtan during his speech. A few even called for her to be barred from political matters. Others expressed their support. Aw, thank you, Starfire. Well, you have a cool name. In any event, I was relieved that the incident hadn't reflected too badly on me. I was putting the last newspaper down as Monica joined me on the balcony. So, you've seen the news. What news? Here I have it memorized. First Lady disgraced. No support from her husband. Darling, believe me, my hands were tied. Anton, how could you? First you denied me the opportunity to speak at the festival, then you let that dinosaur Lest make a mockery of me and my cause? She grabbed one of the newspapers from the top of the stack and started reading out what the columnist wrote. With her shameful outburst at Anrika, Mayor Curtin Lest, First Lady Monica Rain once again proved that politics is an area best left to gentlemen. With the president providing no support, her challenge to Lest was quickly defeated. The president provided no support. You can't even stand, Lest, and you can't even stand, Lest, and you took a side while making me look like a fool. She started ripping the newspaper to shreds. After all these years by your side, playing the doting wife, you know, my mother was right about you. I'm so sorry. I understand if you never forgive me. Just tell me why. Couldn't you have said something? I didn't want to lose Curtin's support. I see. That's where your priorities lie. There's a brief silence. There is another chance, you know, for you to show your real support. Perhaps the festival wasn't the proper forum to air my views on women's rights, but I still need to do this, Anton. I want to officially adopt this cause as First Lady, to actually get involved in politics, not just give impromptu speeches. I could even help your education minister with those reforms she's working on. I know this isn't an urgent issue for you, but it's vital to me. I'm sorry, but no. Leave politics to the politicians. I promise I'll pass the reforms you want. Monica turned pale with anger. I'd never seen her like this. Brother, dude. Brother. It's sexism. We're doing a Maoist sexism run. You know what? Fine. But know this. I'll never forget how you let me down. Never. A noise came from the balcony door. We both turned our heads to see Diana standing there, a confused look in her eyes. Papa, Mama, why are you fighting? It's nothing. We were just talking about work. Yes, it's nothing. Your papa and I were just having a little disagreement. Come on, Diana, let's go to the kitchen. Monica pierced me with her eyes as they left the balcony and closed the door behind them. Her words repeated in my head again and again. I will never forget how you let me down. Never. I thought to myself, she was never going to. Just wrapping up where I'm at. Gotcha, banana. Gotcha. Workers at crossroads, Melvanianism versus Arcasian capitalism. As foreign ideologies continue to permeate our borders, Swordland's workers stand at a crossroads between millennialists, collectivism, and Arcasian capitalism. Both approaches present their own unique challenges to our traditional values and working-class ethos. As Swordland carves its own path, it is crucial that our strategy centers on protecting our workers and promoting domestic industry. Striking a balance between economic progress and safeguarding the dignity of labor is a crucial task that lies ahead of us. Marital troubles in the Maroon Palace. Immigration to Swordland declines a humanitarian concern. First Lady disgraced, no support from her husband. ATO's stability rocked by Kinali's potential departure. The hidden cost of CSP-funded revolutions. Interesting. How's the economy looking? Oh, we're above red line. Thank God. Hey, Nas, what's up? Welcome back. Budget allocation of the Swordish Armed Forces. United Cantanian Naval Access. United Cantanian access to the Conriat base. Preparations began in Conriat Naval Base to expand the port and restructure the security of the naval base in order to welcome United Cantanian ships in the short future. Cantanian security and logistics professionals have already been welcomed to the base to work with Swordish officials. While Shaven has an economic report, the Ministry of Statistics, along with the Ministry of Economy and the Central Bank, had delivered a preliminary economic status report detailing that the recession is deepening and the financial system is headed towards a potential collapse if we don't take serious action. Minister Hall said that the situation was in danger. Alright, let's take a look at the budget allocation for the Swordish Armed Forces, for our brave armed forces, our brave men and women in uniform. Braining a way to expand in the end? Maybe. I don't think we can do a land grab unless we can grab Agnolia. I'm not even sure if we can grab Agnolia, but I'm sure somebody can grab our land. To determine the current situation of the military and its spending policy, we held a meeting in the White Room. Peter, Vulcan, and Yosef were seated. General Vulcan, Mr. Lincea, let's start with a briefing. Very well, Mr. President. I like Vulcan. Walt Kruger's our boy. We have prepared a briefing to convey further details about the current situation of our military. First off, we have received an updated communication from the United Cantanian Military Command. Despite my very vocal disagreement with the plan, their warships are approaching the Conriat Naval Base as we speak. Cantanian warships in Conriat. I thought I'd never see the day. We are keeping them under close surveillance. A single wrong move, and we will keep you updated. Didn't he serve? He supported Ludrin, Swordish military officer who led the military coup and fought in the Swordish Civil War. Ludrin served as army chief in the King's Army before the Revolution. Following the left-wing riots, Ludrin took control of the third and led a military coup against the first election, suspending the Constitution. He imprisoned the President Arthur Wishi and blamed the revolution for the Swordland puppet. He ordered the execution. Oh, no, never mind. Vulcan Kruger is in fact not our guy. Do your best to make him feel at home. Good, make sure you keep an eye on them. Ensure they do not forget which country's soil they are on. Of course, Mr. President. Now let's move on to our military. Which branch would you like to know about? What's our situation for the Army? According to the latest reports from Camp Strongarm, currently we field 6 armies totaling up to approximately 400,000 active troops. Which is a good amount. The real issues we're having is quality, not quantity. What's our current equipment status? Our army is quite outdated by today's military standards. Most of our equipment is 2 decades old. To make up for our lack of modern military equipment, we resort to a large number of soldiers, which is not really a long-term solution. But trying hard to reduce the negative effects of this problem, we don't need a modernization program. A standardized purchase of lacking equipment would do. We need more funding towards expanding the military size, otherwise our army will be seen as weak. Where exactly is our army deployed right now? The first army is stationed at the Lesbian-Wayland border to protect the way into the central regions of Swordland. The second army, our largest force, has been situated by the Rumburg border. The second army has a large mountain commando force, and it is the most adequately equipped army to face Rumburg. The third army is near the Agnolian border and the coastal areas facing Volgsland. Due to our bitter past, our coastal defense force is always on alert. The decimation of our fleet is still not forgotten. How do we compare to other armies? What do I think about fossils? Graham, I'm not really an archaeologist kind of guy. Like a paleontologist, I'm not really into fossils. That's not really my thing. I've never really been interested in that kind of stuff. Rumburg fields about 6 armies amounting to 1 million soldiers, Jesus. Lesbia fields 5 armies, which amounts to 800,000 soldiers. Volgsland fields 1 army, about 140,000 soldiers. Wayland fields an army amounting to 100,000 soldiers, and Magnolia fields 2 armies with a total of 200,000 soldiers. The sheer size of Rumberg's army is because of their forced conscription laws. They are able to afford such a large force due to their massive gold reserves, which significantly came from Rizia over the past decades. On the other hand, the Lesbian army is the most advanced, followed by the Volkslandian army. Both of these countries will put lots of money in modernizing their militaries. Curious about another branch. Very well. Let's talk about the Navy. Our current Navy currently Our Navy currently constitutes 59 vessels with a total of 60,000 sailors and support staff. As you know, these ships are commanded from our main naval base in Conriat, where our flagship SN Renan is docked. How does our Navy compare to others? Our Navy is dwarfed by the size of the Volkslandian Navy, which has 194 ships, and the Agnolian Navy that has 81. We only surpass Lesbia in terms of our Navy, as they have less than 30 ships. As you see, the situation is dire, but the solution is not just more ships. To make a truly better Navy, we need to equip our ships with modern radar and sonar systems. More outdated ships wouldn't mean much. Which seas does our Navy currently patrol? We're patrolling the Marquian Sea and the Grey Strait and the Antician Sea. Our Navy protects all our coastal regions. However, to make sure we are not thinning out our defenses, we prioritize certain regions over others, like Greater Holsword. We often patrol the routes that are close to the shipping lanes, especially Marquian Sea and Grey Strait. The amount of cargo that goes through the area is eye-opening. Another thing to note is, after the takeover of Helluland, where our Navy has led incursion operations to protect Magnolia, we also take a part in some joint Navy drills as well. Let's hear about the other branches of the armed forces. Which one? How about the Air Force? Our Air Force currently has 410 planes in the inventory, out of which only 140 are jet planes that are not in great condition. 30,000 pilots and support staff work in the Air Force, and they are commanded from the Mark Air Force Base in Urlary. What about our operational capabilities? Our planes can bomb targets within 400-kilometer radius of their airfield. They have medium range and semi-effective nighttime bombing capabilities. At any time, we can field 7 air wings composing a total of 130 aircraft that can operate in combat duty. This is enough to subdue most targets. In terms of our bombing capability, we have an average of 100 meters of precision. This is not great, but still within the effective radius of the bombs. How experienced are our pilots? Our pilots have an average experience. They have a total of 450 hours flight time with their craft before they are qualified. This gives them more than enough time to get used to it. This is low compared to 1,000 to 1,500 hours in other countries like Arcasia, Catania, Lesbia, and even Volksland. Normally, the hours per pilot should be higher, but due to the lack of funding, we can't increase the training times. Fuel costs are rather high. I'd like to know about the other branches. Any specific one you want to know? Actually, let's move on. Let's. He cleared his throat. The Ministry of Defense is disappointed about the lack of additional funds. We knew that keeping the same budget for the military would cause some concern for you. The military is important, but it's not a priority right now. I'd be willing to support the military in other ways. We can come to an agreement. We request any support we can get at this point. The military circle has been moody after they heard about the decision. We expected more. We know that there have been high hopes, but the president has made his decision to prioritize other branches. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place without money. The military suffers from budget overextension in order to keep up with other countries. Yosef let out a long sigh. No use complaining now, Vulcan. Let's look at what we can do with what we have. I have been planning to improve the quality of the armed forces by buying better military equipment. How would that be possible without funds? It won't be. There is one way. If we relieve half the force, that could create enough of the surplus we could invest in new equipment. Relieving half the armed forces sounds risky. Quality over quantity, I do like it. Vulcan's eyes widened. We're barely matching the size of half our neighbors, while the other half have armies 2 times bigger than ours. How on earth would discharging half the armed forces and buying new gear solve our defense issues? Vulcan raises valid questions. Quality over quantity is the right strategy for the future of warfare. Having a large force doesn't necessitate superiority. Legalize nuclear bombs, for real. FR. The reduction of the army would cause more unemployment, which could hurt the administration. That's true. Leave the military untouched. There's no reason to break a working structure and risk defense weaknesses. Reduce the size and buy better equipment with surplus. Let's reform the army and create a smaller, better equipped force. I agree with that. We want to decrease our military size. We want to lean into more air power, I think. So decreasing the military size could be good for us. I'm with Yosef. Excellent. I shall begin the plans immediately. I can hardly say that I welcome this change. Yosef and Vulcan looked at each other. I want them fighting each other. As long as they're fighting each other and not me, I'm happy. That'll be all for today. Good work, everyone. I'd like to extend my thanks for your attendance. The meeting concluded as the sun set over the concrete jungle that was Hullsword. There we go! That solves that problem. Now we have a little bit of an unemployment issue, but that's okay. Military force reduction. Second Contanian satellite in space. Government-backed rural development. We did. Massive protest against Governor Braun. And Rakin leads investment around Engazim. Excellent. Oh, it's time. It's time for a meeting with our neighbors. We are going to work with Wayland in shooting all these immigrants, and we'll see about Agnolia. We'll see how it goes. Death of former Black Battalion Brigade General. In his store, a former Brigadier General of the Black Battalion was found dead. The cause of the death is currently under investigation. The Brigadier General, who once held a significant position in the military establishment in the 30s, had many followers from the NFP, and his sudden death has caused a stir in the city. Wouldn't happen to be a NFP city, is it? No. I think Anrica is, though. No. Antiquated railway. Young Sword militants have been arrested. The Anrican police force has organized a raid today that reports to the Swordish Intelligence Directorate about suspected Young Swords activity in Anrica. The police were ambushed during their raid at a suspected building. In the firefight that broke out, 4 militants were killed and 10 more have been arrested in the aftermath. Unfortunately, an officer was also killed during the fighting. Shoot the bastards, dude. Shoot them all. Adequately equipped military. And we have a lagging behind in development in Bruni. Slowdown in Bruni regional growth observed. Bruni is experiencing a slowdown in regional growth. Despite recent advances, the pace of economic development has decelerated. This development has brought attention to the need for strategic economic interventions that can rekindle growth momentum in the region. Education reforms. The Ministry of Education is reporting that the massive overhaul in the education system is progressing slower than expected. Only a few schools in Swordland will collaborate in the reduction of hours taught in citizenship, Solism, and nationalism subjects. Significant efforts are being made to lessen the political indoctrination in education, but are being met with resistance. Other changes in which are supposed to happen in the curriculum, pedagogical improvements, something like that, like improvement, teacher-student relations, and emphasis on critical thinking development weren't able to start due to a lack of workforce and funding. Minister Walder reports little progress, with most schools delaying the transformation on political grounds. Hi, Derek. Hi. Hi. Regional growth stagnates in Dare. Bergia is witnessing a period of economic stagnation, with the regional growth rate flatlining. Industries and businesses across various sectors are reporting sluggish performance, affecting the city's economic vitality. This downturn has sparked concerns about the region's economic resilience and the need for innovative growth strategies. Protest against Governor Braun's security policies. An exceptionally large protest has taken place in Uzurian, as well as several others in Bergia, indicating an increase in general unrest against the special zone and the governor's security policies targeting the Bloodish Freedom Front. The governor has authorized widespread surveillance of Bloodish individuals, which has created a climate of fear and mistrust in the community. The Bloodish people are demanding that their civil liberties and human rights be respected, and that they are not unfairly targeted based on their ethnicity or perceived political affiliations. Curious. Curious indeed. Status. I'm a member of OMEC, or Copenhagen Economic Development, and a member of the AN, International Organization formed. GDP 16. No good. Alright. Let's read the report from the ATO. Has extended official recognition and legitimacy not only to Cerebus International and Palantir Security Solution, but to all PMCs. This decision marks a significant policy shift, acknowledging PMCs as an instrumental to the future security strategy of the ATO member states. Private militaries now stand firmly in the global arena with the ATO's full endorsement, augmenting existing military resources and providing a new layer of strategic capabilities against potential challenges, most notably from the CSP. The sanctioning of PMC activities has consequently reshaped the operational dynamics of these organizations, amplifying their roles in international security and conflict resolution. With this newfound recognition, PMCs are poised to operate within the mainstream security framework, demonstrating the ATO's adaptable, forward-thinking approach to defense policy. Wow. Hello, W Femboy Streamer. Oh, thank you, Derek. There are PMCs among us. I'm gonna talk to Wayland first, because I'm gonna work with Wayland. I don't like Wayland, don't get me wrong. Swordland 1, fight the Reliquits. Trade talks with the president of Wayland. Swordland 1's flight from Holsword to Reliquits took approximately 5 hours. Despite heavy turbulence, I managed to sleep a little. Simon, David, and I landed at the international airport of the capital city of Wayland. Our aim here was to finalize the trade deal drafted between Swordland and Wayland. Progressing gradually? Yeah. Our plane landed and the door opened. The sun blinded me for a moment. I stepped outside. I saw the soldiers lined up on either side of the red carpet. There must have been at least 100 of them. Marching bands started playing and the soldiers immediately saluted me. Proceed to the red carpet without any gestures. I walked downstairs and proceeded without any gestures. At the bottom of the stairs, Victor Schmolak, I don't like Schmolak, don't get me wrong, was waiting for me next to the military jeep with a few soldiers by his side, but we do want to work with him. There were a few reporters at the edge of the crowd, waiting with their cameras. He was a tall man, almost as tall as me. He was wearing large sunglasses and a regular suit, contrasting with the military attire of everyone else in the field. Mr. President, welcome to Rocklowitz. He immediately motioned for an embrace. We hugged, and many cameras went off at the same time. He turned round for a couple of additional poses. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Now that the pleasantries are done, let's go! We will take the jeep for a tour. With another tune from the marching band, we boarded the military jeep. He sat in the driver's seat and I sat next to him. As we started speeding up, the soldiers saluted again. Victor saluted back. Do nothing. Both of our security details started following us immediately along with the team of reporters. We will first go to the city center to see the unveiling of the statue. Sounds exciting. This is an important occasion for Wayland. I am sure you will like it. We kept making small talk about the flight and the weather as we made our way towards the city center. On almost every corner, there were reporters taking photos of us. Aside from them, though, the streets seemed completely empty. How long is this going to take? Is Rocklowitz always this empty? Rocklowitz? I had this part of the city closed down because of your visits, so that you would enjoy the city in peace. There we are. We arrived at the center in the middle of a large plaza. There was a covered statue. Large crowds of people were gathered behind fences, waving both Swordland and Wayland flags. Victor waved back at them. My people have been very supportive of this visit, Mr. President. I'm sure you're delighted to see them. A man came close to the fences and started yelling at Victor. With my limited knowledge of the Weshik language, I understood the words Victor and murder. Ever fall asleep at the register? No, not yet, but I do take a nap on my lunch break, so... Kind of, in a way. Almost instantaneously, 2 soldiers came up from behind the man and he was taken away. Thankfully, the sun is out. Today will be a good day for the reveal. Very good. Very good. Let's take our places. We took our places in front of the statue. With a drum roll, the statue of Victor Schmolek was uncovered. It was a fairly good likeness, albeit more muscular than the real Victor. He was wearing a cloak and holding a sword in his hand. Excellent statue. Very lifelike. What do you think? This is very good, very lifelike. Glad you appreciate the art behind it. Join me for a walk. I followed him through the streets. At every corner, more and more photos were taken. We stopped in front of the pastry vendor on the street. Give me 2 strudels. The man behind the stand smiled and gave us 2 strudels. Wait for him to pay the street vendor. I waited for him to pay the street vendor. He simply took the 2 strudels and didn't pay anything. Keep walking. I kept walking alongside Victor. Afterwards, we walked a short distance to the palace. Passing the gates, we made our way into the main building, made from ivory-colored stones. The old guard towers flanked the magnificent structure from both sides. The inside of the palace was very spacious, with a very large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Grand staircases made from the same ivory stone had red carpets on them. On the upper levels, guards stood wearing the traditional outfits of the old Wesha kingdom. Yeah, this guy's kind of a fucking... he's very Saudi-coded, which is very funny. He does work with the CSP, though. I mean, yeah, he does work with the CSP, though, so we can't exactly break him apart. Plus, history class be like, plus we're about to really do something pretty grotesque here in a second. We finally reached the office of the president of Wayland. The door closed behind us. I looked around the golden ornaments on the walls and the various jewel-encrusted artifacts. As it was customary in Wayland, we sat down on the carpet. Now, we could talk about our trade deal. I nodded. But before that, he clapped his hands twice. Bring the geisha. A few assistants immediately entered the room carrying a large ornamental geisha, the well-known smoking instrument originating from Wayland. They immediately lit it up, and the room was filled with the smell of tobacco. Victor inhaled his smoke and handed me the geisha. I don't smoke. You're lost. It's the finest tobacco in the land. He took another puff, filling the room with more smoke. So, Mr. President, that's too long. Can I call you Anton? Sure. Anton. Tell me, what do you really think about Rumberg? A barking dog doesn't bite. They are a threat to the region. I agree with your sentiment, Anton. They are a threat to everyone in the region. I assure you their time will come. In due time, yes. Are you planning something? Well, not yet. First, I need to solve some problems they're creating for me. I'm listening. He clapped his hands again. Two assistants came into the room with a map of the border regions between Wayland and Swordland. He pointed at the border. Look. Bloods and their so-called BFF are causing problems for me in the region. They are getting increasingly dangerous with Rumberg's active support. I know that they are a problem for you as well. I will not allow these traitors to exist within my borders, so I will hit them with all my might of Wayland. These terrorists need to be destroyed. I will cut all their supplies from Rumberg and trap them in the mountains. I call it Operation Bear Trap. I like the sound of it. He grinned and lay back on the large pillow behind him. Here's the deal. I'll give you objectively the best trade deal in the region. You will give me your assistance crushing the terrorists on both of our borders. Two birds, one stone. You read my mind. My spies have infiltrated BFF cells and they found caches of KA-74s. We traced them back to Rumberg. This alone justifies my retaliation in protecting my country. Worst of all, we also found that similar shipments are going to Swordland. Rumberg is trying to unite the BFF forces in both of our countries. Hello, Frida. Hi. However, the main problem in the border security between our nations, BFF militants have been using the mountains between Swordland and Wayland to escape justice in both our countries. If we don't act and trap them in those mountains, they will keep replenishing their forces in both of our countries and keep waging war against our citizens. Yes, Anton, you see? This is not just Wayland's problem. Let's take a step back and talk about what you will get in return. Would I legalize bombs? Oh, not only would I legalize bombs, Graham, I'd be legalizing nuclear bombs. Do I remember you, Frida? I think so. I recognize the name, but maybe I don't remember anything you've said. I need like I have like a stream deck. I need to start filling it out with like different like buttons. Anytime somebody brings up bombs or nuclear bombs, I need to press a button and then like legalize nuclear bombs will appear on the screen. A no tariff agreement, co-investment projects, and oil. In return, you will assist me in destroying the armed militants in my country. You know that as long as they use the mountains and Wayland as a base, Swordland and Lesbia will equally suffer. This is in the interest of the whole region. There might be international. Why would you offer me so much? Why wouldn't I? I want Swordland to be Wayland's friend. The question is, do you want Wayland to be as your friend? What I want from you in return for all the money and the resources is only a joint operation between our armies against the BFF. It took a moment to think about it. Let's negotiate Swordland's contribution to this operation. You are a tough one, Anton. Normally I wouldn't offer anything else, but I like you. Here's my final offer. When the operation starts, with you or without you, there will be stragglers trying to cross the border in the Swordland. We just want you to support the operation even if you do not join. Stop the terrorists from fleeing into your country and you will have your deal. Simple, isn't it? What do you think? Deal. I knew I could trust you, Anton. Tonight, we will drink. He clapped his hands again. Drinks, dancers, music. A group of dancers and performers enter the smoke-filled room. As they perform their songs, we clinked our glasses to our new partnership while sipping the sweet Weshik liquor. The next day, I returned to Swordland with a hangover. That's our deal. Whoa, that's a big one. That's a big one. It's time for news. Swordland ratified a new trade agreement with Wayland. Oh yeah. That's a big economic injection for us. Wayland border defense. Situation. Recovered trade volume. Trade with Wayland and defend against the defense against the BFF and tariff-free oil trade with Wayland is so good. ATO brokers for peace amidst Rizian claims, Lesbia mediates. Amidst rising tensions triggered by Rizia territorial claims over the Arias gas field and the pressure exerted on Pales, the ATO has issued an advisory cautioning tale against potential disturbances in the region's stability. The advisory is coupled with the ATO's commitment to protect the interests of its member states both economically and strategically. Lesbia, a key ATO member and home to the Les Power Corps, a significant player in the energy industry, is stepping in to mediate the dispute, seeking to avert potentially destabilizing conflict over the lucrative gas field. The ATO's stance on the dispute, particularly given Lesbia's involvement, highlights its readiness to protect its strategic interests and its capacity for diplomacy as managing regional tensions. You're not gonna leave this time, Banana? Gotcha. This proactive diplomatic intervention and the economic states involved emphasize the importance of the Arias gas field as an asset, underscoring its significance in maintaining geopolitical balance. Now, I think the Arias gas field is pretty much just off the coast of Pales. I think out here somewhere is the Arias gas field, and I think Rizia and Pales are having a dispute over it. It's very funny. It's very, very funny. Let's see. The CSP asserts sovereignty with the PMC ban. The Companion Security Pact has outlawed private military companies, prioritizing state-regulated forces and, as a secondary measure, citizen militias and revolutionaries to uphold security within its territories. The alliance emphasizes the state's capacity and responsibility to secure its boundaries, viewing citizens' militia as democratic assets when necessary. Rather than relying on profit-driven military organizations, the ban aims to maintain the rule of law within its territories and reinforce state sovereignty. By distinguishing between profit-driven military operations and the responsibilities of the state toward its citizens, the decision highlights the ideological differences from the Arcasian Treaty Organization. Ban asserts sovereignty with a PMC ban. Alright. Now this one's gonna be a little tougher. Wejik was easy. Agnolia, on the other hand. Swordland 1's flight from Holsword to Stalport took 3 hours but went very smoothly. We were about to touch down. David left his seat and came over while Simone was enjoying his newspaper. Looks like we're about to land, Mr. President. I looked outside, I could see Helluland, the island between Vogsland and Agnolia. So many conflicts over such a small piece of land. The island can barely sustain itself without outside help. It's in a very strategic position. Certainly, if you have Helluland, you are in control of the whole Valgus channel, my bad. I suspect it will be one of the topics that Mr. Van Horten will bring up in his bargaining chip. We must be careful. Helluland might be under the control of Agnolia, but the international community has yet to recognize it for a good reason, too. Nobody wants to make an enemy of Vogsland, especially because of their support of the United Companion and the CSP. I wouldn't want to do anything to injure our relationship with Vogsland. I agree. We should try our best to stick to the middle ground. Simone folded his newspaper, got up from his seat, and sat right next to us. Aside from the point of Helluland, we need to be careful with additional requests. According to the deal that was negotiated so far, they want to sell us their steel for a higher price, and they are requesting easier access to our agricultural market. In return, they are promising cash flow and investments, especially in the Aganland region. It's not hard to guess why. Precisely. Agnolian immigrants in our Aganland region make up a good chunk of the area's economy now. During the initial negotiations, they brought up the topic of immigration many times. Our job will be harder because of newly tightened immigration laws. Let's see if we can shake hands on it. The pilot made an announcement that the descent had started. David and Simone went back to their seats. I took another look outside the window. I could see Stalport, the capital city of Agnolia. The large dockyard of the city and the canals, Stall in the Agnolian, appeared closer and our descent continued. Stalport was certainly a fitting name. A couple of minutes later, we finally touched down. The plane parked, I took a final look out the window. The welcoming ceremony from Agnolia was waiting along the red carpet outside. After the guards made their way out, I exited the plane. Waved to the crowd. I waved to the crowd that gathered. There were many camera flashes. I started to make my way downstairs. Prime Minister Van Horten was nowhere in sight. Instead, I was greeted by a foreign minister. After handshakes and a couple of photos, I moved to the car where Sergei was waiting to drive me to the office of Prime Minister. Good day, sir. I hope the flight was comfortable. Yes, it was. Thank you, Sergei. I got in the car and we made our way through the foreign streets. Our convoy was protected by Swordish and Agnolian guards at the vehicle. First on the leaderboard again, Banana. We got on the highway besides the port and saw dozens of dockyards and ships anchored. Some of the boats and machinery looks old. The city itself looks very gray and grim. The buildings had a touch of Rumburg famous monarchian architecture with a mixture of Swordish signature domes on the older ones. We are now on the main road to the office of the Prime Minister. Looks like they're not too happy to see you, sir. Sergei pointed to the crowd that gathered on both sides of the street. It was a protest. They were shouting and yelling at our convoy. Some of them held signs written in Swordish. Swordland must pay its debts to Agnolia. You know, I never knew Agnolians were so ungrateful. Not everyone sees a great leader like you every day. They can yell all they want. Let them yell. Let them come. I know what it is. They were always scared of Swordland's potential, and now they are afraid that a lion heads Swordland. They are afraid of you. The convoy started slowing down. We've arrived, sir. The car continued through the gates while the security vehicles went the other way. We finally came to a stop in front of the door. Sergei left the car and opened the car door. I exited and began walking toward the door where dozens of press and the Prime Minister were waiting for me. I saw the PM much more clearly as I neared the door. He was shorter than I thought. Mr. President, welcome to Agnolia and to the beautiful city of Stalport. Prime Minister? He reached out for a handshake. The press surrounding us had been waiting for this moment. Shake his hands. We shook hands and smiled at the cameras as the press took pictures. He gestured at the entrance of the 200-year-old Parliament building. This way, please. We entered and press followed us inside. I would like to present you with a gift as a sign of friendship between our countries. An assistant showed up immediately with a large glass case in her hands. It contained a single sheet of parchment inside. This here is one of the first treaties written between Swordland and Agnolia. May it mark the renewal of our friendship today as well. I hope so, Mr. Horton. Mr. Van Horton. Our photos were taken again. I gestured at one of the retainers who was holding our gift to the PM. Gift one of the original copies of the first Constitution of Swordland. Gift a sword-spread puppy, despite Martin's known fear of dogs. Gift an ornamental ceremonial sword made with Swordfish steel. The first Constitution of Swordland. A sword. Ah, an excellent specimen. This must be hundreds of years old. It looks like this is Swordfish steel as well. Very fitting. Thank you. Let's go to my office. Follow me. I followed him and we entered the office of the Prime Minister. With its minimalist wooden decor, the room was far more modest than I expected. Thank you, Banana. Sheesh! I'm thankful to be done with the ceremonies. Nod. He got up from his chair and moved over to the bar. There were many varieties of liquor. Would you like a drink, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't mind some Agnolian vodka. Ah, you know your drink. He poured the drink and gave my mine before sitting down again. A true gentleman. I can respect that about you, Mr. Horton. This is how we do things in Agnolia, Mr. Rain. I appreciate the kind words, but flattery alone won't sway me to this day. First of all, I would like to say that I've been watching your recent immigration policy change. We have worries about the new and tighter immigration laws. Immigrants are very important for beneficial economical development. We believe that very much in Agnolia. I would definitely prefer Swordland to be welcoming to Agnolian citizens and vice versa. I must care about my own people. A valid point, but you're not giving me much incentive to work with. He took a sip from his vodka. So tell me, Mr. Brain, is Swordland a reliable trading partner to Agnolia? Of course, Mr. Van Horten. You can trust Swordland. Very good. Van Horten leans back further in contemplation. Let's change the course of our nations. I'm afraid with all your actions so far, I'm not convinced that Swordland is the right partner for Agnolia. Swordland is simply too volatile. Elected politicians are getting killed in your country left and right, not to mention the subsequent protests in between, well, the left and the right. We were willing at first, but the situation has changed. We do not have confidence in your state anymore. I'm sorry that you've come all the way for this. You're making a grave mistake. Solve your own problems first before you threaten me, Mr. Rain. Well then. He stood up from his chair. We must continue the official program, as you know. We will pay a visit to our founder's grave for another ceremony. Afterwards, we will move on to the state dinner. After you? As soon as we left the office, I briefed Simone and David on the outcome of the meeting. Damn, he instantly turned me down. Instantly. I barely sat down, and he was like, we don't really like your country. Even longer meetings between our ministers and our counterparts. When we came to the end of the trip, the way back was mostly silent. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when we touched down in Holsword. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. I'm dealing with Vogg's land. Hegel, Van Horten is playing with fire, ain't he just? Heliport is not gonna be yellow for long, let me tell ya. We're going to rebel. Bergian police ambushed by young militants. Bergian police were ambushed in Rebel by 2 underage suspects armed with KA-74s who were quickly killed. The suspects are believed to have been newly recruited militants of the Bloodish Freedom Front. This incident highlights the growing trend of underage recruitment by the BFF and the increasing danger posed by these young militants. The government is urged to take immediate action to address the root causes of the BFF's recruitment strategies and prevent further radicalization of young people. Young people. Speech of the President on the Reforms. This is gonna be tough. I don't want to get shot by a blood, man. But I can't give him anything. I came to the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to deliver a speech regarding the new constitution and ask for the support of the assembly before the upcoming vote. I walked quickly through the corridors, giving my greetings to people on my way towards the parliamentary hall. When I entered the hall, the assembly was in complete chaos. With shouting and cursing between the parties, there was a heavy argument about a proposal made by an MP from the NFP. I took my seat inside the special area reserved for the ministers. Gloria was shouting from her seat in the center of the hall as she hit the gavel 3 times, with each strike heavier than the one before. Order! Order! I saw Krasno Kiebner standing up from his seat and shouting towards the members of the PFJP. Mr. Kiebner, calm yourself. Show respect to the procedures of this assembly. Despite her efforts, the argument continued for a couple of minutes before everybody took back to their seats and finally went quiet. Mr. Kiebner, next time when I tell you to do so, either take your seat or leave the hall so we can proceed with the procedures of this assembly and continue our duties. Some of the MPs from the NFP side shouted back in protest. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me to continue, she pointed at me. We have the president here with us today. He has asked us to give an important announcement. The assembly fell silent. You have the floor, Mr. President. I walked to the stand as loud clapping started in the USP side. Honorable members of the Assembly, of the Grand National Assembly of Swordland, I am here today to raise important questions regarding our outdated constitution. Our constitution doesn't adequately define or respect the separation of powers and the balance between our branches. In order to strengthen our democracy, we must be brave enough to point out the faults of our constitution. I continued. Proposed changes to the Constitution prepare Swordland for a more democratic era. We must finally rewrite the Constitution of Saul and break our chains of the past. Stand by us to make a historic change to the Constitution and bring us to stands. I call everyone to stand by us to make historic changes to our Constitution and bring it to our standards of today's world. Applause came from the USP and the PFJP seats. We will rebalance the branches of government to ensure a more democratic process. I focused on unity, change, peace. Change. We must not be afraid of change. The world is changing, and Swordland needs to change. It has earned after years of Saulism in the last decades. We will rewrite the old and make a constitution that would reflect the will of the people and open the way for the democratic Swordland. Let us embrace the future. Loud noises came from the USP and the NFP seats. They don't like me. I took a breath and continued. Let's make a new constitution together. I asked everyone to think clearly about the current situation. It is time to make a new constitution together. Be a part of a new era for Swordland. Join us and vote for the proposal. Let's write the future together. Finish with a poem. Salute the crowd. I saluted the crowd. For a united Swordland. For a democratic Swordland. The assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. The whole United Swordland party stood up and started applauding. Thank you for your speech, Mr. President. I walked back to my seat as many MPs asked to speak. Richter was among them. Yes, Mr. Richter. Well, 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 look who it is. Franz Richter. Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I would like to thank Mr. President for his speech. We, the People's Freedom and Justice Party, stand in agreement with the need for a more democratic constitution. I'd like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the United Swordland Party for their more open attitude compared to past years. Week is going by fast, it always does for me. As long as Mr. President's words prove not to be just words, we will be behind this much-needed movement for a change. We welcome this attempt. I ask Mr. President to share the final contents of this proposal as soon as possible. Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Suddenly, Keebner started yelling from his seat. The President must have lost his mind to cooperate with the likes of you, Richter. You and the PFJP are nothing but puppets of Western interests. Order! Madam Speaker, I know you are in agreement with me as well. Don't stand idly there while this administration is making deals with snakes and undermine the integrity of Order, Mr. Kibner. How many times do I need to say you are speaking out of I demand to speak. Gloria gave him a stare. She looked a little annoyed. Very well, Mr. Keebner, go ahead. Mr. President, he looked directly at me. The nationalist movement does not agree with your priorities, nor the way you're trying to implement them. The NFP will not stand with you on your new constitution. Let it be known that the NFP's concerns are not included in this so-called democratic reform. Thus, Mr. President has no right to claim them as such. We will stand our ground against any attempt to bring down our established political culture and national values. Thank you. What a fucking little bitch, dude. What a little baby bitch. Kessero went back to his seat, but the chaos in the assembly continued. The way he switches up tones. Should I speak? I asked to speak. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Kibner, Mr. Richter. I just wanted to thank everybody for their comments. Alright, Mr. President. MPs kept shouting and responding to each other, creating a loud mess where nothing was legible. Order, order, the topic was finished. We're moving on to our next topic. I slowly left the hall. The shouting could be heard from every corridor of the Grand National Assembly. Ooh, we love to see it, don't we, folks? Rain, our constitution doesn't adequately define or respect the separation of powers. Walkner warns Vogslandian Navy over Helluland dispute. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? Lucy and Gallade reported that so far they have been able to get in total 142 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts are underway to increase the support to reach out to necessary. Dude, we're gonna blow right past this constitutional reform. The problem is the fucking judicial system. Defense Minister Josef Lincea reports that Wayland borders have been closed and the divisions of the Third Army are ready for operation. Well, execute. How long is my mouse pad? I do not have a mouse pad, Graham. I need one, though. All right. That was good. That was slick. That was excellent. That was excellent, I would say. Oh, let me open that back up and then use that as a what's it called? As a sound buffer. Also, let me get the ducks back up. Go. Do. All right. I'm just using the table surface? Yeah, I'm just using the table surface. Is there like... Is like a borderless? There's a borderless. Okay. Well, that was a little bit of Suzerain tonight. I hope everybody had a good time watching. I know I did. Is there reading today? Not yet, Graham. I still have to reserve the Color of Magic from my public library, because I think the one copy that they do have of the book is already checked out, so when it gets back in, I have to reserve it for when it does get back in. And then I have to go pick it up and then read it on stream, etc, etc, etc. That was Suzerain. Oh man, dude, this game is always a good time. It gets so tense, you know? It's like there's like a lull and then it just like kicks up for some reason like crazy. It's fantastic. Let me see. Hang on, give me a second. But that was Suzerain today. I hope everybody had a good time with it as much as I did. I'm not really sure how I'm feeling about this run so far. It's pretty good. It's pretty consistent with my last run, except this time we're not empowering the military like I did last time. If we get done with this one, if we die fast enough in this one, we might do another run, but maybe not Swordland, but maybe we'll go Liberal Swordland and see how it goes. Instead of like sock them or whatever it is we're doing. But that's it for Suzerain today. I'm gonna see everybody tomorrow for some Team Fortress 2. It's gonna be a little later in the day. Average Friday, you know how it goes. Back is killing you, Graham. But that's gonna be it for me. I hope everybody has a good rest of your night. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye-bye! Johnny!